Now through December 31st, get thrillabuyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about the bar. Not where you get drinks. I'm talking about the bar exam. That rigorous beast that's required to practice law. You've got to pass it, but not anymore. Soon students can pass on the bar exam instead of passing it. Can you imagine unlicensed electricians burning down the house? Plumbers? Yuck. Dentists? Ouch. Fortunately, all our lawyers have passed the bar exam with flying colors. And with that comes over 300 5-star reviews, over 30 years in business, and a 90% success rate getting cases reduced or dismissed. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. The world is changing fast. Rely on the best in the business. Bar none.
1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, quarterback Bryce Young will make a second straight start for the Carolina Panthers on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints, and rookie running back Jonathan Brooks could make his NFL debut. Brooks spent the first 8 games rehabbing from ACL surgery in November when he was at the University of Texas. Second-round pick would share the backfield with Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders if activated to the 53-man roster. Meanwhile, Young will start as veteran Andy Dalton continues to rehab from a sprained thumb on his throwing hand. Other moves going on. They didn't cut Greg Zuerlein, so they put him on the IR. Jets placed the slumping kicker on IR, and the no designation in terms of what the actual injury is. They've got a game against the Houston Texans on Thursday night. It'll either be Riley Patterson or Spencer Schrader, both of whom were signed to the practice squad today.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Hope everybody's having a great day out there despite this awful weather. This stinks. This is what we're in store for, huh?
Is this a day? Is this a day when we should be giving out grades?
Yeah. Why? Because it's gloomy and
rainy,
gross
and
outside,
nasty.
Yeah, it is very just. This is good napping weather. I feel like I should be sleeping right now. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully you guys are inside, warm and comfortable, and not exposed to the elements out there. We'll keep you entertained through the day up till 5 o'clock. At which point we will turn you over to the World Series Game 5 coming up, as the Yankees got it done. They were able to stave off elimination in a big way, piling up a bunch of runs. So we'll see if they can keep this series going, or if it was just a one-night reprieve.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. Right away, you know, they they get the home run and
from Freddie Freeman.
It's amazing what. Yeah, now they're going back to when he was with Atlanta. So he has
6 games in a row, 6 World Series games in a row.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about clutch. Holy moly.
Yeah, that was big. That was big. We'll talk more about that later on, but we're gonna hand out some grades looking at this. We're essentially at the halfway. There's no halfway point in a 17-game season, right? It's you can't divide that by 2. That's what my math tells me, Dave. I did some work before the show.
You did look into that? You get a calculator?
It turns out can't do it evenly, so we'll just call this the halfway point, 8 games into the season. And hand out some grades. We'll look at each position group on each side of the ball. You guys can text in your grades as well. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Let's start with the offense. Just going A through F here. Let's just get it out of the way. O-line. Let's start with the O-line, Dave. What's your grade?
I have a D. I mean, I feel like... And really, when I thought about it, there's 2 players that are veterans that I thought are not really playing up to where they should be. One is Laken Tomlinson, at guard, and and I feel like he was so good on film, and I just thought, oh, this is what we're gonna get, from him. So I feel like him, and then our left tackle just not really dominant. Charles Cross is just not having that kind of year that I thought that he would have. And it was interesting. And I remember during the preseason was talking to Ryan Grubb, and he was just talking about what a great guy this guy is as a leader and everything, and that he's really sort of taken the mantle of being the head of the, sort of the leader in that room. And, just haven't really seen any overpowering plays where he's taking somebody, driving them into the ground. I mean, that's the kind of stuff I like to see from offensive line. And you saw that, like a good taste of that was the Detroit Lions when we played them. They have a really good offensive line, and it just not the same. So yeah, I'm going with a D. That's probably my lowest grade that I'll give out today. But what do you got?
I got a D-. I think they've been brutal. I mean, if we want to just keep this real and be honest about what we've seen, it has been awful, with very few moments that were bright spots. And what's funny is you point out Cross not being the dominant guy, but you could easily make the argument he's been their best offensive lineman. And that's a guy you're looking at going, yeah, it's not been what I had hoped and hasn't lived up to the billing. And that's the best guy you're talking about. I think every other spot on that line has taken turns stinking it up for different reasons. The right tackle spot, you understand why that spot is struggling, because you're down, you're just one after another is going down, and you're forced to throw a rookie who was considered a project in there. So, yeah, that one makes sense. The others, you're just going, what? Tell me about Connor Williams. What's going on here? What's going on with Anthony Bradford? What's going on with Laken Tomlinson? I mean, there are different moments in different games we're going, what happened there?
Yeah, well, and it's coming off a game where, look, they only gave up 1 sack, but look, you had a ball snapped over the quarterback's head. You had the center stepping on Geno's foot, same guy, in those situations, and it's just it's been kind of a comedy of errors at times. And I'll say this, Michael Jarrell, I'll give him an absolute A for effort, just for a guy who wasn't ready for that. But, I mean, he is what you expect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a guy that was a long-term project, and he's doing okay, but it's not like they're dominating. And that's just not something that we've really seen.
All right, so O-line, Dave gives him a D. I give him a D-. Let's go to tight end. What do you got for the tight ends?
I got B-. I think Noah Fant is the only complaint I would have about him is that they don't throw him the ball more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, it just seems like he's always open. He always finds a safety valve spot on the field. And then, you know, just as far as crossing, it's kind of funny with him. And like when we got him in the trade, I was like, yeah, I don't really see anything dynamic, but he just kind of gets it done.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, and I think our young guy, A.J. Barner's kind of coming along a little bit. I think Farrell Brown is a great, you know, destructive type of blocker. And, yeah, I got a B- there.
Yeah, I have him at a C. Not even really because of them. I mean, you brought up Barner. He's been throwing the ball 10 times. He has 10 receptions.
Yeah.
You can only do what you can do with the targets you get. And they're not a big part of the offense and just haven't been for years. I mean, it's not – I thought it was a Pete thing. I thought it was a – you know, whichever coordinator you wanted to point to, maybe it wasn't their thing, and it still seems to be not Grubb's thing at this point, and maybe in large part because they're keeping some of these guys into block more than they become receivers because of what's not happening with the O-line. But they don't seem to be a big part of the game plan. It's just in terms of being used as a target out there. There's 1 touchdown between the 3 of them combined. Yeah. So.
I think it was the beginning of 22, maybe, or was it 23? I'm trying to remember when you had Disley and Fant and Parkinson, and they were doing a ton of 13 personnel, and I was like, and that was just like through the first like 4 or 5 games,
yeah.
And then all of a sudden they kind of got away from it.
Yeah, so it's my grade on them isn't so much like, oh, they're just not good. Well, maybe you could point to them. If they were better, they would be a bigger part of the offense. I don't really know the balance versus, you know, what they're capable of versus what they're being allowed to do. So I'm just kind of keeping them there. Middling C is what I've got for the tight ends. Quarterback, what do you got?
I got a B+. You know, I think Geno is probably doing the best that he can as far as the pressure that he gets. I think he's just maybe the best quarterback moving around the pocket and finding places to throw and lanes to throw. But lately he hasn't been able to do that. And, you know, he's had a couple of times. They were talking about the one pass that got picked off the other day, which was tipped once again. And he's had a lot of those. He's had a lot of those that are tipped. So now all of a sudden it becomes like, okay, you know, now that's kind of your responsibility. You got to try to find a way to not have that. And McDonald was talking about that one interception where the fat guy just falls right into his hands. And, you know, he says maybe they dirt that one. You know, that's one you should throw away. And so, you know, maybe that's starting to kind of affect him a little bit. But I gave him a B plus because I feel like he does a really good job considering what kind of pocket he is looking at almost every time.
Yeah, I've got him at a B. I've got him. He's solid. I think Geno is a good quarterback, and I don't think, you know, there are a lot of people that would look at the offense struggling and immediately point to him, and he's never going to be the guy. He's not that guy. And we heard a guest on with a Bump and Stacy who said he's good. He's not great, and he'll never be great. I'm like, whoa, all right. that was
Aaron Schatz.
Yeah. Shots.
Is that right?
That's what.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people think that way, probably. And
Yeah.
I guess I can sort of understand that. And as the year has gone on, if you'd asked me that earlier, I would have been like, I don't know, man. I think, you know, he's taken them on some game-winning drives, but I think recently it's just been a little bit more of a struggle for him, and maybe he'll get back to that. But I don't know. I think a lot of the things aren't his fault, but. Yeah, like the tip passes thing, like that is something that maybe you need to rethink that. And I used to sort of defend him on that, but if it starts to happen all the time, then it's a situation where you should probably just throw it away.
Yeah. I mean, you could look at this last game and say, all right, yeah, he should have probably thrown that ball in the dirt, as McDonald said. It turned into an interception. He had 2 other balls that should have been picked off. Hit one guy right in the hands. There was one right early in the first quarter. You and I talked about it. There were 3 defenders, and he's trying to squeeze it in between the 3 of them. And he was lucky to, I mean, there were 2 that were right there for the guy, so he could have had 3 picks in that game. He's got 8 touchdowns. He's not been explosive in that way, in the way of production. He's got a really good completion percentage, 68.8, but he's made his mistakes just like everybody else, but he's far from their biggest problem, in my opinion, so I give him a B. Running backs, what do you give Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet?
I got an A-. Again, I think they're both explosive backs. Aaron Schatz was talking about how, there's a lot of guys like that, like Bijan Robinson and is it Kyron Williams that's coming up with the Rams? I mean, I think there's probably a lot of guys. It's kind of hard to tell, but I don't know, man. I feel like Ken Walker can be really special, but again, a lot of what's going on offensively is a product of the offensive line. And when, your offensive coordinator says, hey, we can't really move people, but I feel like he has been able to find some good spots. Charbonnet to me is very kind of hit or miss right now, and I feel like when you get in an offensive flow, you can work him in. But I don't know, it's just been kind of choppy with him.
Yeah.
But I do like him. I like his power and everything, and I love that block he threw where he got penalized. I just think he's a tough guy, and I think the same thing with K9. So A-.
Yeah, I've got him at a B-, and some of it is availability. Ken Walker had been hurt, and that's not his fault. He's not trying to get hurt, just kind of incomplete. And they are running behind a very suspect O-line. I think Charbonnet, I have a hard time getting a read on right now. I look at him and go, yeah, he's okay. He's fine. He's got some moments. I feel like I expect more out of a second-round pick, and maybe that's my fault for holding his draft status against him. But to this point, I feel like, yeah, he's fine. I don't look at him and go, that guy's special. I don't have that feeling for him.
I feel like he needs K9 can kind of make his own way, but I feel like Charbonnet, like I said, he needs to get into a rhythm, and he's not in that position.
Yeah, so I've got them at a B-. Again, kind of like the tight ends, not totally grading them down because of what they're not doing. I think there's some things out of their control, obviously. Wide receivers.
I got an A-. Yeah, I feel like it's a really good group, and you look around and, look at some of the target to catch ratio maybe is not as much as you'd like, but I feel like they have lots of choices there. And when you have a premium guy like DK, who's had a couple of game-breaking type of plays, I have A-.
Yeah, I mean, I got B+, essentially the same grade. There's not been a lot. I mean, between the 3, they've got 5 touchdowns. It's just not been very productive. They've had moments, and again, you could attribute this to what's not going on in the trenches and how that's the trickle down when the line's not there. It affects Geno, affects the running backs, affects the wide receivers. So a lot of this comes back to as soon as the ball snapped, what's happening and how is it impacting everybody else. So I've got them at a B+. I'd like, again, for me, it's lack of production. Five combined touchdowns between the 3 guys. Not great. Not all their fault. All right, so there's the offense. There are the offensive grades. Let's look over at the defense, back in the trenches, D-line. What do you got?
Well, I have a B- actually for them.
Really?
I actually changed that because
changed it up or down?
Yeah, I went down a little bit. I was thinking about it last night, and the amount of money that they spent in draft capital, I feel like they should have more. I mean, look, they're top 10 as far as sacks go, but I feel like they should be a little bit more special. I haven't seen a whole lot, and I think Big Cat, it's not like he's played poorly. But Leonard Williams, to me, I thought he was going to be super dominant, and that, I would be sending you guys clips of, look at him taking on this double team and destroying this, and he frees up the linebacker and this and that. He just hasn't been that guy. I don't think it's bad, but I feel like a lot of it is my expectations because they did dedicate to, and I always think about it this way, that like John Schneider, he gets Mike McDonald, and he's like, hey, I want to invest in the defensive line. And, McDonald saying, yeah, absolutely. That's where the whole thing starts. And, they kind of went with a couple of names that surprised people at linebacker. But at D-line, you know, I didn't think it was a big surprise that you spent your draft capital the first round on a defensive tackle, and he actually played pretty well. He's kind of been, you know, in and out of the lineup. But yeah, I guess I felt like we would have gotten more production. So B- for me.
Yeah, you're. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too hard on these. I'm just looking at how bad this.
You're a tough grader, Bob.
This defense against the run is bad. That's the line, right? I mean, I know the linebackers are certainly part of it, but you're counting on the sacks to come from the edges. You're counting on those guys in the middle to shore up that run defense, right? And obviously, we'll get to linebackers, but with the run defense being what it's been, I got to give them a C. And I felt like that was being – I just don't think there's been – certainly there hasn't been consistency. And, again, there are reasons. Murphy got hurt and things like that. It just – I don't know. I don't think you can be at the bottom of the league, 29th against the rush, and expect that, you know, hey, that's a good group there. They have the potential to, but to this point through 8 games and the grades we're given, that's a C.
Yeah, well, to me, I mean, when I think of the run defense, I think of linebackers and safeties. You know, when you talk about where that's coming from, where guys aren't filling in the holes and, you know, you see the defensive lineman, it's fairly easy. You're up front, you're taking guys on, you're clogging a gap. Like I said, I would like to see more destruction up front and guys getting thrown. I feel like Big Cat is that kind of guy. But whenever it comes to run defense, to me, it's linebackers and safeties.
All right, well, let's get to linebackers and / edge rushers. What do you got?
Oh, the edge rushers, absolutely. I mean, I would love to see Uchenna out there, obviously, but I feel like as far as their talent goes and where it can take them, I think Derek Hall and Boye Mafe have done a really good job. So, you know, and then you throw in Dre Jones, who has done really well. Yeah, I got an A there. I feel really good about that position group.
Are you separating edge and linebackers, or
yeah?
Okay. Edge rushers, I'd go B+ is where I'd go with that. I'd love to see him with Uchenna out there. I think that makes a world of difference, obviously. I think they've done a nice job considering what has happened with the rest of the defenses we've discussed. All right, so go linebackers then.
So, yeah, now inside linebackers. And I wrote a little note to Mike. I'm like, now it's a C+, but before it was a D- to me. The inside guys, the inside backers, just those two guys. And I really, after having gone back and looked at Ernest Jones, like there's really a lot there. Like I feel like he can really help turn this team around. And I thought he made Dodson better. There was a couple of times where he was up taking on blocks, and like I said, it'll you know, when everybody sees him taking on blocks, you did not see that from Jerome Baker. So, and yeah, I mean, you look at as far as that trade goes, I thought that was definitely an upgrade. So now it's a C+. I mean, I hope that by the end of the year we're looking at more like a B+ or A-. But before that, yeah, it was a D-, which is, you know, the toughest grade that I've given.
Yeah, I'll give him a C to this point. I'm optimistic about what we saw out of Ernest Jones. It's one game. He wasn't perfect, but he was aggressive. We talked about if you're going to make a mistake, make it at 100 miles an hour. So he seemed to have more aggression to him, and we'll see if that translates as he gets more familiar with his teammates in the defense. So I'll go with that. Safety, what do you got?
This might be one where I have a tougher grade than you do. I have a D for the safeties, and because I just have, in the beginning of the year, I felt like Julian Love, this was going to make him into a guy, and there was a couple of times I commented to Rabel, and I'm like, it looks like he's playing like Spoon, like at a different level, a different speed, and then that's kind of slowly gone away. And, you know, there's lots of times where you see with the safeties, they're going to be responsible in the run defense. And a lot of times, you know, I always talk about like the 2 or 3 little things that happen during a run play, and a lot of times you'll see, you know, you'll see a guy just entirely get turned, or you'll see a safety take a bad angle. And there's lots of times where I see safeties taking bad angles. So I don't know. I feel like they definitely can improve, but it was one that I thought, I mean, it's a rough grade at D, but that's part of, you know, kind of like I had a D- for the inside backers. I feel like a lot of the run game is because of that.
Yeah, I was going C there as well. So we'll just quickly move on to cornerbacks.
B minus.
B minus, and we're right
okay.
there. I said B.
Yeah.
B minus.
Yeah.
That's
They've had
all.
injuries.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read. You got guys that were at one point. I'm going, who's number 29? I don't know who that is.
Josh Jobe.
Yeah, so they've been riddled with injuries and throwing guys in there. So I'll go B. You're going. What'd you say?
B minus.
B minus. And then finally, your favorite specialists.
Well, how about this? We've got a kickoff return for a touchdown. We've got a blocked field goal that helped win a game. But then we also got a kick blocked. And then you had, as far as, some of the other snafus, things that are going on with Myers. I think he's 1 for 2 from 40 plus or 2 for 3. So he's missed 3 kicks, but I think 2 are over 50 and 1's 40 to 50.
Yeah, let's see. He's 3 of 4 from 40 to 49, and then 3 of 5 from 50 plus. So yeah, 12, 15. He's had a solid year. Michael Dixon's having a great year, and you did have the return. So
yeah,
what did you give him?
I gave them a B plus.
Okay, I'll go with you on that one.
How about that?
I'll go B plus on that
Maybe one of
as well.
my better grades, and it's for kickers.
There you go. See, he's always loved kickers. All right, let's take 2.
Mike McDonald gave some updates earlier. DK won't practice today, but McDonald says he's optimistic that DK will play Sunday. They aren't sure about George Fant yet, and McDonald also said Anthony Bradford will start and get all the reps at right guard on Sunday.
Well, I'm excited to see DK back. George Fant sure would be nice to have another choice over there. And I think Anthony Bradford has kind of become one of those lightning rod players where people are like, we talked to him the other day.
Yeah.
And he was pretty happy. Good interview for show.
For real. Is he getting this because he's improved and all right, we're going with him, or is there something they're not seeing out of Christian Haynes where they're going, all right, let's just stick with this guy because it's just the better of the two?
I think it's more that discussion. I feel like if Anthony Bradford can be more disciplined and just finish like we talk about that, what does that mean? It means finish off the play, man. Don't stop halfway through. He's very powerful. So, I don't know. Maybe he's a guy by the end of the year we'll all look and go, wow, this guy's really improved. I really hope that's what we're saying.
So MLB free agency officially begins 5 days after the World Series ends, which I guess could start the clock tomorrow. But we have one move already. The White Sox have reportedly hired Will Venable as their next manager. Spent the last 2 seasons with the Rangers as their associate manager.
Yeah, he's not that far removed from his playing days. I mean, it's been a few years, but he's still in his 40s. He's, by managerial standards, young guy. And I was looking at this going, is this a good, nice, soft landing for any first-time manager? Because the bar for success is really low. This team just lost 121 games last year. So what if they lose 99 or 100? Are they going, hey, all right.
Steady improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it could be a good spot because you couldn't possibly go into the season next year with any crazy expectations of playoffs and World Series and all that.
Yeah, Venable should come out with this is my 5-year plan. Okay?
Yeah.
We're only going to lose 100 games next year.
We're going to keep chipping away at that number. It's going to get a little smaller every year.
I mean, I think for a guy like that, maybe he wasn't front line on everybody's list as far as replacing a manager, but for the White Sox, maybe he can go in there and be like the Ron Rivera where he kind of fixes the culture.
All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife, swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, it's been an adjustment process for the Seahawks O-line. We'll talk to Olu Oluwatimi about all of that. He's coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Daniel Jeremiah joins us every week at this time. Which could be fixed quicker, the rush defense or the running offense?
I think they have the guys to fix the defense. I still think there's talent upgrades that need to take place along the offensive line. I think defensively they have some really good pieces there. They've got to get connected with the linebackers and the safeties coming down and helping out and being where they need to be and filling spots. I feel better about the talent level of the defense to fix that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you looking for a construction loan to build your dream home? Are you a local builder needing a better financing option for your next spec project? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Stop wasting time with local banks and credit unions and their endless guidelines. We're the experts for common sense residential construction loans. We lend our own money, we make our own decisions. And if your deal makes sense, we'll get it done fast with flexible terms. For homeowners, we advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, we'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, and if you're short on equity, we'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. We can help you.
Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com.
Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions, as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to learn more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website. Contour Fence, your trusted partner in fencing solutions. Visit them at contourfence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left, you want Chevy, go to the right, you want Mazda. Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me, let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, cross the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
On the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, the head coach said they don't necessarily need to simplify things, but they may need to take a less is more approach. Mark Schlereth joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and explained why a scheme like Mike McDonald's will be off if you don't have every detail right.
I always say this about defense in general. Disguise is really good until it's not. And what I mean by that is that you can put yourself in a position that's, really sound, but it requires a little bit of thinking and a little bit of timing and being on the same page. And if any of those things is off even a hair, then that's the difference between making a tackle for a 2-yard gain and having a 40-yard bust out.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I really appreciated how fast the program works. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I think I dropped 20 in just the first 3. It's pretty incredible. And in terms of the healthiness, yeah, it's real food that you're buying at the grocery store.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, the Seahawks turning the page, looking towards the Los Angeles Rams coming to town this weekend before the bye week. We get a chance to speak to a member of this offense. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Center Olu Oluwatimi is with us. Olu, how are you, man?
I'm doing well.
How's give us a sense of the mood? Not the result anybody was looking for on Sunday, certainly, and I would imagine after watching film and kind of talking it through, where's everybody at with how things went?
We're not too high, we're not too low. We're just trying to stay process oriented. I know this is a results business, but we're just trying to continue to dig into our process, seeing where we can be better, so we can get the results we want on Sunday.
Olu, are you guys starting to kind of make sense to you? Because you got new coaches and everything. Is it to that point where certain things are starting to come together?
For sure. As you saw, we started the season pretty hot, so things did come together during training camp, during the off season, and allowed us to start fast. But there's just a few things that we got to clean up and get back to playing fundamentally and just playing together, and which will hopefully lead to wins.
As far as the offense goes, everything on the team is new head coach, new coordinators. How different is the offense? How tough is it to pick up for you, or is it tough at all?
I don't think it's a matter of it being tough or not. I think as offensive players, offensive linemen, or whatever position group on the offense, I think we all know what we have to do, and we just got to execute at a higher level.
Olu, so you were reporting eligible a couple of times. Were you campaigning to get the rock there, have them throw you the ball, or is it more just for blocking for you?
No, it was more just for blocking. I don't want the anxiety to catch a touchdown.
You what? You don't want the anxiety?
No, I don't want that pressure. I like to stick to blocking.
You're saying you don't have hands? Come on, you've got the hands for it.
No, I haven't got as much reps as some of our receivers.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Just as far as your season has gone, I don't know what expectations were coming in and through training camp again with a whole new staff and everything. But just in terms of getting time out there on the field. Has this gone kind of how you thought, or were you thinking that you were going to be more involved? Where are you at with just your season specifically?
As far as my season, like I said, I'm I'm a process guy over the results. I mean, I feel like everybody in this business want to be the starter, want to be the guy, but that's just not my role right now. And I'm going to continue to help the starters, help the guys that are out there, and then I'm going to just continue to practice well during the week and get better every week. So hopefully one day I could be deserving of a starting role.
Hey, Olu, are you one of those guys that asks lots of questions? You got some veterans in there. Is there anybody in particular on that offensive line that you've learned something from?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you learn something from everybody daily, just watching things and asking them why they did that, or, you know, maybe when we get an install, asking people what they're thinking. So I think as a guy that wants to learn, I think you pick up from anybody in the O-line room.
You know, we're on the outside here, Olu, going, man, I'm trying to figure this team out. Is it the team we saw against the Falcons? Is it the team we saw against the Bills? Is it something in between? For the guys that are doing it, you're out there on the field, do you have a good sense of what the potential of this team is, or how close you are to reaching that?
I don't like to talk about potential. Like I said, we're in the results business, but at the end of the day, as players and as coaches and as an organization, we got to continue to worry about the process. The process is going to take care of everything. If we always talk about potential, that's not going to help us lead. It's not going to help lead to win. So, you know, we definitely got to be more consistent as players, down in and down out, to give ourselves a chance to win. So we don't have games where we're beating good teams by 20 and then games where we're losing by 20.
Hey, Olu, I know that Mike McDonald's obviously a defensive coach, but how much interaction do you have with him, and how much time does he kind of force himself, because I know he's, you know, very involved with the defense, to try to get over to the offensive side? Are you seeing a lot of him, spending time with him?
I mean, obviously, like him being a defensive guy, he spends more of his time with the defense, but he definitely comes to the offense because, you know, he is everything. He's responsible for how everything is being ran. So he's just making sure that he's putting eyes on the offense, giving our offensive staff maybe tips of what he's seeing from their defense, from a defensive perspective. So he spends time with both, but definitely more with the defense.
Olu, what's been the hardest transition for you from college to pro?
The hardest transition probably just been, you know, just every day, how much each snap matters. But it's good though, just being able to have every snap count, every snap mean something, and you know, just the difference of this being a business too. That's a big difference from college.
Hey, Olu, tell us a little bit about your journey. You know, the high school you went to, I heard of. I actually played with a guy in college from DeMatha, and then you end up going to Air Force for a little while, and then on to Virginia, and, you know, kind of take us through that process. Like, what was, you know, did you intend on spending your entire time at Air Force or Virginia, and things just didn't work out, or how did you end up at Michigan?
I just think it was just the journey I had to go on. I mean, I was lightly recruited out of high school, got to Air Force, found out the Air Force Academy wasn't really for me. I spent the year there. I learned a lot. I grew, and then I went to Virginia, and I thought I played some good ball. Got back to playing football, really. And then I just ended my career at Michigan, and that year I had at Michigan just led me to be able to play and get drafted in the NFL.
Now, was there anybody, you're out here in Washington, and Michigan came out here. It didn't go well for Michigan, one of the few bright spots for the Huskies. Were you getting any grief from anybody in the locker room there?
Oh, for sure. There's always friendly banter, always trash talk. You know, we love to rep the university that we went to. So guys are definitely I got some trash talk, but it's all a part of it.
Is there any gambling going on? Anything exchanged, I should say, for wins and losses?
Nah, that's not allowed by the league, so definitely not.
Yes, of course not. That's right. You're exactly right, Olu. No, you did not do that. But just giving each other a hard time, right?
For sure.
Olu, as far as the rest of the season goes and looking at your division, it's still right there. I mean, you got 3 teams tied at 4-4 on the season. Is that something you keep an eye on? We talked to some players, and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm aware of what the other teams are doing, and other players are very much just locked into, I don't know what they're doing. I'm just looking at who we're playing this week. Where do you fall on that?
I mean, as a team, we definitely want to win our division and make it to the playoffs. So, you know, like, I don't necessarily tune in like, oh, how are they playing? But you keep track of where you are, where the standings are in the division and things of that nature.
Well, Olu, it's always good to talk to you, man. We appreciate you cutting out a few minutes for us, and we wish you nothing but the best against the Rams coming up this weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. There's Olu Oluwatimi. If you guys just tuned in, didn't catch all of that conversation, it will be on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, the offense was pretty stagnant without DK Metcalf. But how much of a difference would he have made in that game on Sunday? We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Who do we think will win the NFC West, and who's the best team in the NFC West?
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Dan Orlovsky thinks that if the Rams stay healthy, they're going to win. Is he wrong?
Who knows? Are the Rams in the mix? Yes, everybody's in the mix right now. My thing is, I got to see it for a longer time. I can't just see it for 1 or 2 games and say, that's it. Yeah, it's not something that impresses me the way the analytics are impressed.
As Shania would say, that don't impress me much.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Paid political announcement.
On average, premiums in Washington went up nearly 25%.
The average annual premium spiked 26% in 2024.
Homeowners in Washington state are paying the price for wildfires before they even ignite. These premiums tripled.
Insurance rates are skyrocketing with no end in sight. But you have a champion.
I'm Phil Fortunato. The insurance commissioner has the power to lower your insurance rates, and that's what I'll do for you.
Vote Fortunato for insurance commissioner for lower insurance rates.
Paid for by Phil Fortunato for OIC Republican.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget, not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps. Or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hawks live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court.
Geno Smith has himself a day.
Presented by the Dining District of the Bellevue Collection.
On Seattle Sports.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics. Just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Benz.plumbing. That's Benz.plumbing.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll get into some of the conversations happening around the other shows here. We'll get into best of the rest. Stay tuned for that. You guys can text into 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company throughout the show. Meanwhile, a lot went wrong on Sunday, Dave, and part of what went wrong was the offense. Not much happening. Couldn't run the ball. Couldn't really do much of anything for the most part. And coincidentally, DK Metcalf did not play. How much of a connection is there to that? How much different would the day have been had they had a fully healthy DK Metcalf, if different at all?
I don't think it would have been different. I really don't. I mean, I think he's definitely, you're changing the calls, right? You're going to call a different game. Not entirely, but as far as the passing game goes, with the explosiveness and whatnot, I feel like there's a couple of plays there. But I don't think it takes away the snap over the center or the quarterback's head. I don't think it takes away the center stepping on the quarterback's foot. Josh Allen
It'd be funny if it did.
Kicking the ball forward. I mean, all the things that went wrong in that game.
What about just the way the defense matched up against them? How much attention would he have drawn that maybe opened things up for anybody else?
No, I think that's always, and you brought that up yesterday, and I thought it was a great point. I mean, we always talk about the extra meeting guy and how, and so on the other side, DK is one of those guys that definitely, but I don't think that they're going to, I think more than anything, it's because you have the two other receivers that are really good. It's just that you're going to kind of keep your eye on them. Like it's a default, like, okay, like I said earlier, if, I'm going to man somebody up, it's cover one and I'm the safety, he's the guy I'm keeping my eye on. And so now all of a sudden you're like, all right, well, maybe I can play this hunch or that hunch, and he's not there. So, I mean, I think it makes a difference, for a guy like that who is that big of a threat. But as far as winning that game, no.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think they win if he's there. Maybe they look a little better. Maybe they're, some other opportunities. Some of the other guys shine. Maybe he shines to a certain extent. But I think there was just too much going wrong across the board. He's not going to fix that by himself. Although it was interesting. He was the he was the voice of reason over there talking to Geno. Did you see that? He was like patting him on the back and kind of had his arm around and talking to him. I can't remember if it was after that penalty that Geno drew. Or that he committed when he threw the ball, or the interception. It was one of those two moments. But he was He was over there, had his arm, it looked like he was like consoling him, talking to him, like, keep your head up type of thing. So that was interesting. He was the calm voice of reason when you got teammates fighting each other and your quarterback throwing a ball at the other guy, getting 15-yard penalties, and here's the calm DK Metcalf. But Mike McDonald speaking on this, I think he's in line with what you were saying, and I agree that doesn't think having DK on the field would have been the difference in that matchup on Sunday.
I mean, obviously, it's just all the things that DK does, but you can't look at yesterday and be like, hey, if DK's out there, we're going to win the game. That's not a shot at DK. We all love him. He's a phenomenal player. But if you look at the Atlanta game versus yesterday's game, we started fast in the Atlanta game, and then we were presented opportunities as a team. We took advantage of it and made the other team pay, and ultimately won the game. Yesterday, we're still playing a great team. They're gonna get their yards, they're gonna get their stops. But you look at it, we created opportunities for us in the low red zone, not scoring on both of those drives, having some third down conversions that defensively that either via penalty or like the fumble, he kicked it to the other guy, that ended up being a touchdown, and then we made a poor decision on how we're gonna hit the quarterback late in the play that led to another touchdown. And so you go for 2 unanswered drives, a touchdown and a field goal, and a takeaway in the second half, and it's like, okay, well, that's ball game, So I think that's really the story of the game.
It pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
He's not going to be the correction for all of those mistakes.
Yeah, and he kind of went through each and every one of them. And it's funny, we all sat there. We all saw it, Bob. We all sat there and watched it. And then once he starts, listing them, you're like, oh, that's right, there was that. Oh, there was that too, And so, it was just, it's not funny, I guess. Kind of a comedy of errors, but yeah, there was a lot that went on in that game, and I just think the Bills are too good of a team for you to make that many mistakes, especially at home, and especially if you don't have the rip-roaring home crowd, which we'll get to later, that they've been accustomed to. It really is. It's really an interesting phenomenon. But man, I'm looking at DK's catch percentage this year, and in almost every year, like it's not like Doug Baldwin, know, but he's explosive, and he's got huge plays, and he's always capable of making a play. And so do you ever think about what it would be like if? And I know people have texted in about using him kind of like a little bit more like Deebo Samuel, like getting him the ball and, in different, I think they've thrown a couple of smoke screens to him, but I mean, I think one of the thing is that he's such a devastating blocker out on the edge that a lot of times, it goes to somebody else. But I don't know. I've heard people suggest that, and maybe they should use him. Maybe he's not that kind of guy. I know it takes him a while to get up to speed, whereas Deebo Samuel, I think, can hit the gas a little bit earlier. But I think ultimately DK's faster and more explosive. But maybe it just takes him a little while. But and I wouldn't hate it if they used him in like a fly sweep or more smoke screen situations and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, what happens? What's the worst that happens? It doesn't work. You're doing a lot of things that aren't working. So, get creative with him. If you can find a way to utilize what makes him special, which is different than, most receivers in the league in terms of his size and strength and speed, and you find a way to truly capitalize on that other than just go routes and things, counting on him to blow by the corner. I'd be for it. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe we come back on Monday and go, well, that was a bad idea, but I certainly wouldn't be opposed to it. It's amazing. He missed the game, so most receivers have more action out there than he does. He's still in the top 10 in receiving, even missing that game, and he's got a lot fewer targets than some of the guys in front of him. Some of them have like CeeDee Lamb has 72 targets. DK has 61. So you're just looking at some of the guys, but there's others. Jamar Chase only has 59 targets, and he's number 1 in the league, 674 yards, 7 touchdowns. So just, it doesn't tell you the whole story, but he's in the top 10 in terms of receivers right now, having missed the last game even, didn't have a chance to accumulate any stats. So he's still producing, maybe not at the level you think he should based on all those physical gifts or advantages that he has, but yeah, back to your question. Yeah, I would be totally in favor of seeing him try that at least.
Yeah, just get him. Just another way to get him the ball. It's kind of like we talked about with K9. If you can't run, you can't move, guys. Just the little. I remember there was one game where he was targeted 9 times, had 9 catches.
Yeah.
So those little short, safe throws, just get the ball in his hands.
All right, coming up, some other people at our station had some thoughts about DK. We're going to hear some of that in Best of the Rest. It's coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Daniel Jeremiah joins us every week at this time. Which could be fixed quicker, the rush defense or the running offense?
I think they have the guys to fix the defense. I still think there's talent upgrades that need to take place along the offensive line. I think defensively they have some really good pieces there. They've got to get connected with the linebackers and the safeties coming down and helping out and being where they need to be and filling spots. I feel better about the talent level of the defense to fix that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text the word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of this Billy Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset because it makes a better experience for the customer, but it also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ way is
The Lee Johnson Auto family.
Jake was suffering from osteoarthritis when his doctors asked him to consider surgery.
However, there's a 9-month recovery period where essentially you're not walking and you're not putting much in the way of weight on.
That wasn't going to work for him, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the ads, and that caused me to do due diligence.
And how are you doing now?
There's not really any pain now at all. I have no limitations in what I want to do.
Wow, so you're able to do anything you want to do?
I recently played golf at Cycle House down in Pebble Beach, walked 18 holes, which I hadn't been able to do for a number of years, and then went for about a 2-mile walk with my friend.
I take it you'd recommend stem cell therapy to others then?
Absolutely. Had I known then what I know now, I would have done this several years ago and saved myself a lot of pain and suffering and agony and limitation to activity.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Cowboys quarterback Trevon Diggs apologized today for confronting a television reporter outside the locker room after their loss to the 49ers. His quote, "I shouldn't have reacted that way. The way I reacted, I apologize for that. Most of it caught me at the right time." He was upset about a post on Twitter that questioned his effort on a George Kittle reception in the second half, which he eventually pushed the San Francisco tight end out of bounds. In that comment, he did later make a comparison to Cam Chancellor, saying, well, I'm no Cam Chancellor, but I can tackle. So that was kind of a cool reference. Meanwhile, the Saints breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. Quarterback Derek Carr expected to play Sunday against the Carolina Panthers after missing the last 3 games with an oblique injury. Saints coach Dennis Allen said that Jake Haener will be Carr's backup, even though the team started rookie Spencer Rattler in Carr's absence.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Contour Fence.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
A reminder, coming up at 4 o'clock today, John Morosi will join us. 4:30, Christian Capel for Washington Wednesdays. And then 5 o'clock, we turn you over to the World Series. Yankees staying alive with a big win last night. They're down 3-1. So we'll see what happens tonight. But we will turn you over to that game at 5 p.m. Until then, we've got you covered. Just kick back and relax. We've got it all under control here. And we're going to start with Best of the Rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yep, just not good at bats.
Stinks. Let's tone it down.
It's time for the Best of the Rest.
How dare you?
We'll start with the conversation that Brock and Salk were having, right in line with what we were just talking about, DK Metcalf and his absence in that game, and how much of a difference would it have made had he been there.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Is Salk playing the role of DK hater?
Well, that's been his role.
That's his bit.
That's been his role for a long time.
Sometimes I will take a side, every once in a while and just go, well, somebody comes up to me and I'm like, yeah, it's just sort of a character I play on the radio, but I don't, that's not really, but I don't know. I think I've heard enough from Salk to think that, I don't want to say he's a hater, but like he's
got conviction about his position on DK.
He's got some skepticism there.
Yeah. So here they are talking about, if he would have made enough of a difference in the Bills' loss.
This was not a referendum on DK Metcalf for me, nor did I plan to talk about DK today. But given the
you're
number
a man of the people. I mean, you're the man of the people.
Well, the people are texting me and they're tweeting at me. And
yeah, what are they saying?
Tough day for the trade DK crowd. Mike, clearly having no DK impacted that game. Do you still want to trade him? It goes on and on and on. Mm-hmm. It's the most common thing that I've seen sent to me in the last, let's say, 18 hours. So you want to know if I think that was a tough day for the trade DK crowd? No. I think it was a
reinforcement of the idea. Unless you think that DK Metcalf is a 21-point-a-game difference player who plays offense and defense, can fix the running game and the rush defense, this was in no way an advertisement for how important DK Metcalf is to the team. Is he important? Yes, absolutely. Has that ever been up for debate? No. Having a number one wide receiver is valuable. DK Metcalf is an excellent player. That's always been part of this conversation. And anybody who looks at a game like that and says, see, DK Metcalf is the whole secret to the Seahawks, I'm sorry, I just don't see it that way. DK's not a 21-point-a-game player. If he was Jerry Rice in his prime, he wouldn't have fixed that game yesterday.
Dave, do you agree that he doesn't reinforce the idea that he should be traded? It didn't hurt the case for a DK hater?
You know what I think? I was reflecting during that entire time, and, Brock maybe thinking the same thing, that never even used to be a question when it came to the NFL and just the game of football. That one guy, nobody would ever have that discussion, ever.
Yeah.
And, and so now all of a sudden it kind of creeps into it where a guy will have a dominating game where he scores 2 touchdowns and just looks unstoppable and this and that. And it's never been the case, So now all of a sudden it's cropping up, and yes, of course it's ridiculous. Well, yeah, it's ridiculous because of the nature of the game of football. It's one guy of, the 22 that you end up putting out plus the special teams. That it's all that. It's about the team and everything. So, of course it's not. And I'm not trying to kill the argument because I think people like it. They love, and he's great. Right? He's great for us, great for every show. Like, people have their ideas and, you're either on one side or the other. Like I said, I have some people that I really respect and think very highly of that are very irrational when it comes to DK. Seriously. Like
for or against?
Against.
Oh, okay.
They're very skeptical of him, and they don't, he's this and that. And then you have, like, my wife, who hardly ever pays attention, to most things. She watches every game.
She pays attention to nothing.
Well, I'm talking about sports and what we talk about.
Just wandering through life, blissfully unaware.
She pays attention to tennis and things like that. But she lights her little glassy babies for the game and thinks that she's superstitious. So
she's bringing luck.
But, yeah, she loves it. She's actually texting me something funny during the game. I can't tell people, but yeah, she loves DK. I love DK. DK's the greatest, and and she's seeing the exact same thing that the most skeptical person of DK that I know is seeing, and I respect the heck out of both of them, obviously, and I just think it's really interesting. But again, yeah, go back to 20, 30 years ago, who was having a discussion about one guy making a difference on. And I think also, Bob, it might show you a little bit about how important quarterbacks and receivers have become and how they're the 2 highest paid players, and that maybe that's why it is creeping in, because you see a guy have 2 touchdowns and 8 catches for 200 yards or whatever. And so those two become the most prominent players. But yeah, it's never the case. It's never the case. It's a great argument and everything, but yeah, and Salk's right. I mean, he's certainly not 21 points.
No, and I don't know who was saying that if you were there, they would have won. Come on.
Somebody said it.
Okay. I mean, if that's what you think, then help yourself. But I think Salk laid it out, and we all saw it. There were problems across the board. He doesn't play defense. He doesn't play special teams. I mean, come on. It's not. There are way too many things that went wrong to say, well, had he been there, the outcome would have been different. Now, maybe it would have been different in terms of how the Bills approached, and maybe they score a little bit more, or I don't know. Who knows? But do they win the game because he's there? No, they do not. And I think realistically, the only player you could attach that kind of importance to is the quarterback. And say, well, if this team that lost by 21 had this quarterback, then maybe even then, that's kind of a stretch that one quarterback's going to make up for a 21-point gap. But they touch the ball every single snap of the offense. They're the only ones that do.
Yeah.
And they've got a ton of control.
Right.
So that, unless you're talking about a quarterback, I don't think you could ever make the case that this one player who was not there would have won the game for a team that lost by 21 points.
Yeah. Who's Joe Burrow's backup?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lefko knows.
Lefko, who's Burrow's backup?
Jake Browning.
Is he?
Is it?
That was the guy from Florida. I don't know.
I just
That
typed
random
in
guy.
Cincinnati backup quarterback.
So you knew, but you were just asking anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a point that look, quarterback. Yeah, I mean that's one position where, you know, it can make a huge difference.
Yeah,
And-
but even then, for that kind of loss.
Yeah, for that kind of loss. No,
Yeah.
I mean, you look at especially the circumstances, what happened. I mean, was there a time where, Gino was back there patting the ball, looking for somebody to come open long? No.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
All right, moving on. Bump and Stacy were talking about the biggest problem for the Seahawks is one that, in their opinion, affects everything else.
The offensive line is a problem. How do you solve the problem? Is there any chance it can get fixed this year? We'll start there. I mean, I guess you hope Abe Lucas comes back after the bye.
Get fixed? Nah. Get better? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're essentially going to have the same guys. I mean, Abe Lucas can help it. George Fant could help it. But for the most part, you have some pieces that are going to need some marinating before you get their true potential out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the offensive line is the hardest position in football to evaluate, in my opinion. The offensive line is tough. There's not too many big guys walking around. There is a big offensive lineman on this team who I feel like if he were not the size that he was, he's probably not on this team. But that's just an example of how hard it is to find offensive linemen walking this God's green earth. It's just tough. It can get better, but I don't expect this offensive line to figure it out and become one of the best in the game. They would already be that at this point. We're 8 weeks in. Your job now is just to work at what you have and try to take little steps in the right direction.
The best offensive line in football is still going to have a weakness. What makes building out offensive line so difficult, in addition to just the difficulty of finding someone who is as big and strong and athletic as you need to be, like Bump pointed to, is that a good unit is 5 good starters that ideally stay healthy. Like, few other units in football are going to be like that, where it's so entirely dependent on one another to be great.
Yeah, you people out there listening with big kids, don't go outside and play catch with them with the football. Go do pass sets. Go do run blocking drills. Go teach your son how to stay low. Give him a jump rope. Teach him how to juggle.
Yeah,
hands and feet.
Get those feet working. Get the hands working.
Yeah.
Keep feeding them.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It's interesting. You know, as far as when Bump was saying the big guy on the team that maybe wouldn't play except for his size, who do you think he was talking about?
Anthony Bradford.
Okay. My first thought was,
but it could be Connor Williams. It could be.
well, I was going to say
Lakin.
Stone Forsythe.
Yeah.
I thought that was maybe the one that he was talking about.
But realistically, it could be any of them because I mean they're big, strong dudes who are O linemen, but they've all taken turns really struggling this year.
Yeah, you know, it's funny I feel like the legend of Abraham Lucas grows and grows. You know, and honestly, I thought after that year, after both of those guys, him and Charles Cross's rookie year, I thought he was the better player.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. You know, maybe it's not the case. I think I've kind of sold myself on, hey, when he comes back, they're going to be much better. But he's such a great leader, and he's a very serious cat. You see that, like, he is there all about business. He's very dedicated, everything. I don't know. You know, it's 5 guys on the offensive line. You know, can one guy make that huge of a difference? Probably not, but it sure would be nice to have him out there and just to see what he can do.
Yeah, the other part is, though, what's a fair expectation? The guy hasn't played.
Yeah.
He hasn't played. So I don't know how long it takes a tackle to get up to speed versus a quarterback or receiver who's been out that long. I mean, he's missed a lot of football in training camp and preseason games and the whole thing. So, you know, I want to be fair to the guy. I don't have a high expectation for him because I don't think it's realistic. Maybe he'll come in and just blow everybody away, and I'll sign up for that in a hot second. But I'm trying to be realistic about, all right, when he does come back, he's starting right away? Are they gonna kind of use him in a rotation to get him in football shape again and get him used to the speed and the timing and everything, or I don't know what to expect from him.
Yeah. Well, it's just interesting how I think this year, especially, look at Penei Sewell and Trent Williams and how much those guys stand out.
Yeah.
And how when you watch, when we were playing the Lions that week, I just found myself like watching him way too much. Penei Sewell. I was like, oh my God, look at this, look at that, it's just so rare that you see that kind of play. And I don't know, maybe that's the way the game is going, but I would love to see it come back into fashion, that offensive line. Remember when the Blind Side, that book came out and everybody was talking about offensive line like nobody really understood it and everything. And so, it was kind of sexy back then for, offensive linemen and lots of in the draft and things like that. But I don't know, I feel like it's become such a game of quarterback, wide receiver. But the point of the whole movie is like the quarterback's not getting that ball off if he doesn't have protection.
Yeah, if he's face down in the turf, it's not going to go well. All right, moving on. This one is Brock and Salk. They were responding to comments Richard Sherman made that apparently he feels the Seahawks should have signed Bobby Wagner this season, and his absence is what's hurting them in a lot of ways.
Well, this is shocking sound, I've got to say. Man sticks up for friend. Totally surprising that Richard Sherman believes that the Seahawks would be better with Bobby Wagner. Now, would they actually be? Maybe, but believe me, the voice of Richard Sherman on this is the last one that's going to make me think about it.
Yeah, the leadership end of that, I got a couple texts yesterday from both friends and Seahawk fans and everything. And when you watched a bit of the meltdown, the emotional meltdown of players going at it, right? Geno throwing a football, right? You just saw the composure lost. Would Bobby have helped? Can Bobby help in some of those ways? Does Bobby have a
I would say the easy answer to that is no, not necessarily. And if I were Mike McDonald, I do think that there was a mistake made in not bringing in an adult in the room, right? We talked about that with the Mariners and sort of their needs and how much better they've been when they've had a Justin Turner, when they've had a Carlos Santana, when they've had guys that were the adult in the room that could really help the young guys in baseball. I don't know whether football functions quite the same way with a bigger locker room and the splits.
No, it's
different
kind of
positions.
More
I understand
by
that.
positional groups.
One thing we did talk about when Mike McDonald got here is that he didn't bring anybody with him. He didn't really bring any coaches with him. And we said, okay, he was looking for teachers, not for, yes men. Great. Okay, fine. That makes some sense. But I do think that maybe some of the problems they're having not getting to the whole playbook stem from he's still teaching the coaches the system and not just the players.
So let's go to the original point that Richard Sherman apparently said, Bobby Wagner would be a calming influence there. You're missing that. You made a mistake by not bringing him back. I think he could have brought something in the way of leadership. I never doubted that part. It's what we saw on the field, or more importantly, didn't see on the field, that I think that wasn't going to be a great idea.
Yeah, no, I think after that game, especially, the point of his leadership comes into play because. You can't say, he was set, everybody looked up to Bobby. Everybody loved Bobby, and I'm sure they do in Washington. But as far as, if he's like an advisor or whatever, but he's not going to fix our run defense. There's no way. There's no chance of that. So, and I'm watching him play. He gets tons of tackles, but there are some things where, I'm like, yeah, I recognize that.
Not taking on blocks?
Yeah, not taking on blocks or dipping under somebody or jumping a short route or something like that. But, look, he's on a really good team right now, and I think everybody there loves him, and he's making lots of tackles. And I think what they do is they go, hey, man, this guy, he's our leader, and he's making a lot of tackles, and he's a playmaker, and he can rush the quarterback really well. And, yeah, let's go. So, but I don't think that's – could he have fixed, he would have been the regulator on the sidelines, no question. He would have gotten between Jay Reed and Derek Hall, and he would have maybe talked to Geno. I'm not sure about their relationship because I think Geno might be a little bit older than Bobby. But, but as far as the play on the field, I wouldn't say necessarily that was going to help them.
Yeah,
on that side of it. But you cannot discount what a great leader he was. And that's the other thing about Bobby, I was talking to a linebacker the other day. I asked him, I go, hey, did you see KJ out there? And he's like, who? I was like, KJ Wright. He's like, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. I was like, oh, do you know who Bobby Wagner is? He's like, yeah, I've heard of him. So
heard of him.
But I mean, pretty much everybody, like, you just talked about how somebody was bringing up Cam Chancellor.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner's name gets brought up all the time. Everybody knows who he is. And I think a lot of it is because he's such a good person and such a good pro, and he's durable. And, he is everybody I've never heard anybody referred to more often as a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Than Bobby. And so, yeah, but I think he can, as far as taking care of stuff on the sidelines and things like that, maybe he could have helped a little bit. But you know what? That's why you have a head coach.
Yep.
That's why you have Mike McDonald there, and he's a young guy, and they listen to him, and, we hear about him being blunt and things like that. I think he takes care of the problems there. He doesn't need Bobby.
All right, last one here. This is from Bump and Stacy. This has been a hot topic through the season so far, and that's been the fans, the crowds at Lumen Field. And they're talking about how opposing fans have sort of taken over Lumen Field.
I was shocked to see so many Bills fans here in attendance, and I am not the only one. This has been a huge topic of conversation, not just locally, nationally. I do find myself of two minds with this because this is where I see the fan base split. This is me kind of paraphrasing what I'm seeing, not how I feel. If you want me to show up, then you got to win. On the flip side, you show up no matter what. What do you think?
I think both are right. If you want fans to commit to supporting you, you got to put out a product that they must see. They have to wake up on a Sunday and say to themselves, honey, we're going to the game. No, they're saying it on a Tuesday. They're setting up traveling, hotels. How are we going to get there? Who are we going to sit with? Are we going to tailgate? You have to make it an event, something that you want to see. And it seems like, I guess, that from that angle, that's something that the Hawks aren't doing, obviously, when you are 4-4 and you're losing games at home. Then you look at the side. If you are a true fan of your team, you support them no matter what. I supported my Lakers when we were so garbage. Them years when Kobe was going off, we were garbage. In the 90s when we were garbage, and then in the teens when we were garbage as well, you support them no matter what. There's also the angle that it is expensive as heck just to attend a football game. I looked at there's a new QR code or something that you can flash when you walk through the stadium, and there are places where you can get a hot dog for cheap, a beer for cheap, but for the most part, it's expensive to go to a football game. I understand that.
He texted in here, said people are making money on those tickets. I don't. Bills love spending money. We're 4-4. You can double your money. I don't blame people.
It's hard for me to get mad at fans because what Bump said is true. It's really expensive. It is not a cheap ticket. Not everybody's got, all this disposable income. They've got to plan around these events. And if they're in a situation where, hey, man, I could actually use the money that these tickets can generate more than I would enjoy sitting in the rain to watch a team that's 500 and not playing well, I can't get mad at them for that. Now, like I said, we talked about this briefly yesterday. Be great if they could sell it to a Seahawks fan, somebody who is a fan of the team, that they're the home stadium here, and they could make some noise. There have been more certainly opposing fans. I still feels like there's more outrage over the Bills game than the 49ers game. And to my eye, there were decidedly more 49er fans than there were Bills fans. There was so much red in the stands and out on the streets. I was blown away by how many 49er fans there were here. And to me, there were a lot of Bills fans, not debating that.
But at the end, when they all collected around.
That's because all the Seahawks fans left, so it made it look worse.
And it sounded worse. But really, if you look at the space that they took up when they were right around that tunnel, it was, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't like half the stadium or anything.
Did you think the 49ers had more fans there than the Bills?
I don't think I paid attention as much with the Niners.
There's so much red there.
Maybe it's just that it made you more angry.
Yeah,
I saw red.
Bob. It was everywhere. It was before I even got into the state, sitting in traffic on First Avenue, looking at all the bodies walking around. I'm like, where the hell did all these people come from? Everybody in Niners jerseys.
You start flipping them off.
Yeah, honking the horn. Hey, you,
Yeah.
Niners fan, you're number one.
Yeah.
All of them. All right, there you go. There's Best of the Rest. We do that a couple times a week. A reminder, don't miss Hawks Live tomorrow night with Michael Bumpus and our buddy Paul Moyer. They're both our buddies. Starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and a preview of this week's game, plus a in-person visit from a Seahawks player. That's tomorrow night, 7 p.m., Bellevue Square Center Court. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. Coming up, two of our, I like this tease from Lefko. Two of our moron texters were at the World Series last night. We'll explain that one next. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
This is just the season for the Seahawks. They're going to lose another game, believe it or not, Stacy. They're not going to win the rest of their games.
I know.
It's all about building and getting better. I know y'all don't want to hear that. I understand it. But take this team for who they are right now. They are a team that is still struggling defensively, but are working on some things and getting better personnel-wise. Let's give Ernest another week and watch that film. And offensively, they're a team that struggles to run the football but can throw the rock and was missing their best receiver last week. This is who they are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, and we are all preparing for another stressful holiday season. It just comes with the holidays, the joy and the stress. And this year, I'm going to prioritize my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store, and they've got me set up with a home gym where I can work it all out. I can work out the stress. I can get that mental break, and leads to better sleep with the equipment that I've accumulated there. And on top of that, they have got a great selection of massage chairs. I have one. It is amazing. They are made for more than relaxation. They're there for recovery, stress relief, and lowering your blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery. They've got treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off, which makes a great gift. Check them out. They've got 3 Seattle locations. You can check them out online at johnsonfitness.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy. Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No. Just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through December 31st, get Philip-Buyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Seahawks linebacker Ernest Jones had the tall task of starting Sunday's game just a few days after being traded here. It was hard to gauge his first start because of how much the entire team struggled, but he did lead Seattle with 15 tackles, and Lofa Tatupu told Bump and Stacy yesterday that he liked what he saw.
He was all over the place. And a good thing he was, because, you know, they were running the ball at will. And I think that's the thing that alarms me the most is that there's 5 teams that have rushed for 150 yards or more on us out of 8 games, and we get that fixed, we'll be good. But Ernest Jones, I've been a fan of his when he was at, L.A. Loved the tenacity and athletic ability, and just, he comes downhill and gets it. And so I thought for a first time coming in, that's an incredible standard to set, 15 tackles, and it's only up from here.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Uh-oh. Looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
Spring is here, and now is a great time to visit the incredible new showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has over 400 new Toyotas in stock and on the way, including Camrys, RAV4s, Tacomas, Highlanders, 4Runners, and Tundras. Test drive one today and drive it home immediately. Let the team at Toyota of Kirkland take the hassle out of the car buying experience. Toyota of Kirkland will exceed your expectations in every way. Visit them today or shop online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
This hour is brought to you by Contour Fence.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
See how proud Lefko was of that tease?
I did. You guys are pretty proud, too. You liked it.
We're proud of you.
Thank you.
Proud of you, and got a kick out of how proud you were. You were just ear to ear grin right there.
Well, as co-kings of the morons, that's Dave and I, we have to really spur them into action. So when you see two listeners, two morons, be featured on the prominent national stage, you're like, you know what? I think of our listeners. I think of our moronic texters, and I cherish those memories.
Boy, I don't even know if our texters are that moronic as these two knuckleheads.
Two dopes. For those of you that watched the game last night, talking about the matchup between the Yankees and the Dodgers in the World Series out there in New York, this play happened early in the game.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out. One gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turn into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off.
It was, yeah, for those of you that didn't see it, it was a foul ball, and Mookie Betts, running to his left into the stands, and he makes the catch. Ball's in his glove, and then the fans, there's two guys there at the wall that he went up against. One of them literally grabs his mitt and pries it open to grab the ball out, and the other fan grabs Mookie's other wrist and holds it,
Right.
so that he can't
get it out. And it happened all really quickly, but just the way that that guy thought that was okay.
Yeah, you saw him explaining to everybody like, "What? It's right here in my area." I'm like,
no, you touched him. You like you said, both guys, one guy pried it open, the other guy grabbed his arm so he couldn't. That's
I couldn't believe
it's
that.
so different than anything else. You weren't trying to catch the ball.
Yeah,
you were just trying to dismantle. You were trying to take the glove off of Mookie's hand. I'm surprised he didn't get more pissed. And the other thing is, the one guy, the way he leaned on his arm when he jumps up, and then when he comes down, and the guy's still got his hand pinned, he could have broke his wrist or something like that.
I've never seen that before. Certainly, we've seen fans go after the ball, and they get in the way of the guy. Nobody more famous than Steve Bartman, who maintained to this day that was incredibly unfair because he was one of 7 or 8 people that all went for the ball. It could have bounced off anybody's hands. And Moises Alou threw a fit out there, and he's screaming and he's animated. And Mookie, you could see he was annoyed, but he wasn't, losing his mind. But this was completely different. That wasn't a fan who hit the ball and removed his ability to make the catch. He had already made the catch. Ball's in the webbing of his glove. He's about to come back down, and they pry his glove open, take the ball out. Other guy's holding his other wrist. I'd never seen that before in my life.
It was like a mugging.
Yeah.
Out in the parking lot afterwards. A guy reaches for his wallet. Give me that. It was brutal. I thought Mookie did a really good job. And afterwards, you always talk about how much you love him and everything. And now I see why, because he was like, it's fine. It's all over. Don't worry about it. And wasn't going to kick anybody's butt or press charges or anything like that. But yeah, like Mike writes, it brings up some interesting, with the fan interaction. I just have never seen anybody that bold. Usually everybody's kind of tentative out there, and it's like, oh, should I catch it or not? These two guys just went right after Mookie.
After the play. I mean, it was just, and then sat there and argued their case. I'm like, you two idiots, look at you. And what I heard a soundbite today, I can't remember where I heard it, but apparently one of them was a guy Gronk knows. He went to college with him and was basically saying, yeah, it's kind of on brand for that guy. And he's probably very proud right now or something along those lines. But apparently Gronk knows one of them from college. But, yeah, it was just I was sitting there going, did that really just, as you watched it in slow motion, I'm going, that's insanity right there. And it just, I always, when you see fans that get way out of hand in any sport, I go back to Charles Barkley, who had a halftime one day of an NBA game where fans were throwing popcorn and drinks at a player as he was walking through the tunnel and, sitting there in the middle of the crowd where they're not going to have to answer for their actions. Barkley comes back, how the camera zooms in on the desk and they all right, at the half, it's Timberwolves 30s, whatever the score is. Barkley just pipes up, you should be able to take one fan out of the stands a game and beat the hell out of them. I'm going, you know what? In this instance, yeah, that guy had it coming. And I don't know. I was sitting there thinking, all right, which players on which team would be likely to maybe do something like that? Like they're being grabbed the way Mookie was. Somebody who's going to pull that guy over the railing and maybe pull the jersey over his head and go hockey fight on him out there in right field.
Well, and then I heard them talking about, well, we hope it's not a suspension and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And it's like they had zero remorse, apparently, about what they did.
Yeah.
And the way they went about it was I don't want to get too dramatic, like it was disturbing or anything, but I've never seen that kind of behavior.
It was kind of just the nerve. It's like, Really?
Yeah.
Clown?
We're just going to dismantle this guy. We're going to take his glove. We're going to rip that off. We're going to open it up. We're going to grab the ball out of there. And then we're going to grab your other arm so you can't get the
it's like they
ball.
Teamed up. You get that arm. I've got this arm. And we're going to get – and they didn't even get the ball. And they got kicked out. And they've been, I guess, I don't know, banned?
Yeah.
They can't go to the game tonight.
Here's the other thing that bothers me about it. That happened super fast. And so it really was, you could really only tell what they were doing when you slowed it down. But for somebody in that moment, to be that entitled to do what they did, like, they might be psycho killers. They might be psychopaths. I don't know. It's just very weird.
It was
very strange the way they went about that.
Listen, Yankee fans outside of New York, are not viewed positively. People across the country, that's almost the sport in and of itself, hating Yankees and their fans. It's just kind of what you do, and that just added fuel to the fire. That just added fuel to these entitled Yankee fans who think they can do whatever they want. And they're just rude and loud and obnoxious and more than most, and that just perpetuated that whole view.
Yeah, you know what? Trev, the UPS driver, brings up a good point. Imagine if Mookie grabbed a fan. Oh, lawsuit. Right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so a lot of people coming to Mookie's defense.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. The bravery shown in a crowd is always astonishing, and they took it to a new level. All right, coming up, what if 2 plays would have gone differently in the Seahawks game on Sunday? It's our hypothetical. It's What If Wednesday. Coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents' analysis.
Rookie Michael Jarrell, what's your approach? Are you the talking type?
I'm pretty much quiet until somebody get me riled up or we make a big play. I'm going to talk a little bit. We get a first down, I'm going to talk a little bit. Or our pancaking, I'm definitely going to talk. So it's
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
Have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and after years of football, I know all about bad knees. So I recently had a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, and I've heard so many patients rave about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, even just going up and down the stairs with the kids and grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and get this, he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, and he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hi, this is Tammy Michaels. 4 years ago, I was badly injured after being rear-ended in a car accident. Trust me, if you're injured, you need the best law firm to handle your case so you can focus on recovering. Davis Law Group is the best. They will handle everything. For more about my journey, go to dlgstories.com/Tammy. That's dlgstories.com/Tammy.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here it goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build roads, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good? Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
What? It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
It is What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. It's where we get a chance to play the hypothetical, Dave, and these are two big ones. These were two big plays in this game that were both in the red zone, both inside the 5-yard line. So you're right there about to punch this thing in. And they were on back-to-back drives where Geno, he gets tripped at the goal line. Josh Allen fumbling the ball towards, forward. The Bills recover it. This is what that trip on fourth down. It was fourth and goal, I believe, 4th and 1, whatever. They were right there, I believe, on the 2. But this is when he gets his foot stepped on.
In fact, he wings on the right side. Now he's going to go in motion to the left side. Geno trips and falls on 4th down. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. His foot got tangled up, I think, with his guard as he was trying to pull out from under center, and he tripped and fell on 4th down. The ball is going to go over to the Bills. Oh, my goodness, we're going to take a break.
And you can hear Dave in the background going, oh, man.
Oh, no.
That was just
you represented everybody that was watching it, Dave. Everybody else made that noise and then probably threw expletives out after that. But I was in the press box going, seriously?
Did that really just happen?
What the hell is happening here? It was a comedy of errors. And I think was he calling Olu in motion there? He seemed, listen to the beginning of this.
In fact, he wings on the right side. Now he's going to go in motion to the left side.
He did.
Yeah.
Geno trips and falls on 4th down. I mean,
you get in there before he makes the play call. You just hear Dave go, Oh, no.
I thought it was going to be silent.
It wasn't. It got louder.
It got loud.
It got loud. It kept going, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to react that way. I think everybody, like you said, everybody thought that same thing. It's fourth down, Yeah, brutal. Just brutal, and there was a number of things that happened like that. So it's, we talk about would DK change, if you took away 3 or 4 of those plays, like Mike writes here, him, the fumble forward, but if this,
the high snap was they were inside the 5,
right?
So two times you're inside the 5-yard line,
right,
in the red zone there, and one your quarterback goes down because your center stepped on his foot. The other, the center snapped the ball over his head. It was brutal.
So if the second half would have played out, if the Seahawks had, maybe they would have been up 13-7 or 17-7. I mean, yeah, I didn't even go back until last night and look at, count up what that would be. And now all of a sudden it's a different game, man.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean, just those 2 plays inside the red zone and then the fumble on top of it. I mean, that's really looking at 3 plays because the Bills scored a TD on the drive where they fumbled it. So, yeah, it just was just so bad. It was just, and by the end, and we talked about it yesterday, the D. Williams when he slipped and the ball hit him as he's on the ground, and the Bills recover. At that point, I wasn't even mad anymore. I was just like, yeah, that seems about right. Like, I've never seen that before, but okay, yeah, this is the game for it to happen.
Yeah, it's funny. We were, for whatever reason, I don't know why they keep showing Ryan Grubb this year, because it's all kinds of different. Like there's CBS, there's Fox. I think
they're flashing to him after bad plays. You mean? Or?
Yeah, they keep showing the booth, and then you can always see my guy NASA, who's right behind me. Which I like having him in the booth, just somebody to talk to in between, and he knows ball. Bob,
does he know ball?
Yeah. But, I get Rabel's perspective, obviously, and O'Connell, and then we got a great spotter and Riley, who's Rabes' nephew. We have conversation, but it's always nice having NASA back there. And he was a defensive player in college and all that. So, every once in a while, you can see him and you can see me. We're right next to the coaches. So when something goes bad or, somebody screws up, there's been a couple times where I've gone, throw my arms up in the air. Well, those coaches are right there.
Coaches are next to you going, what's your problem?
Yeah. And I'm like, I better cool it.
I feel like you're probably all doing the same. Aren't they doing the same thing? Like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, every
pounding the
once in a
table
while.
or something. You hear somebody's fist hit the table.
I haven't seen that. Clint Hurt used to do that.
He used to pound the desk?
Yeah, because I would look through and see him, the D coordinator from last year. Great dude. And I saw him at the Christmas party later, and I said something to him, and his wife was like, yeah, he's been pounding the table too many times, and he's going to break it or something. and Clint was like, yeah, I probably should. Because remember, Clint was like
he's a big dude. Who was it? Look
Schneider.
At his back.
No, Schneider was like, have you ever seen his back? I'm like, yeah, John, I think I have.
Yeah, when he's walking away.
I guess.
All the time.
Yeah. No, but I mean, he used to just I think he broke a desk one time. Like, that's a big, powerful dude. But yeah, those guys they're, like I said, the one time I remember when Geno got tackled on the 4th down against, who was that against? It wasn't the Niners. Was it Miami, maybe? Yeah. No, it was
the Giants.
It was the Giants. There was the Giant game where he slid and didn't get enough, and then
yeah. He came up a yard short.
Yeah, and I saw Ryan Grubb, and he just kind of goes, "Oh my God!" You could see that, but he didn't jump up and down and scream and yell. But I'm trying not to react too much up there either. Like,
so you guys all giving each other just a look, like rolling of the eyes, or like what?
I mean.
You all stare at each other. You look back at NASA. He looks at you. You look at O'Connell. You all just lock eyes, and you know what you're thinking. You're all thinking the same thing.
Well, and a lot of times I verbalize it, as you could hear there. So.
Do you put a note up to the glass? Grubb, what was that?
Yeah, that'd go over.
That'd be
really
funny
well,
if you did that.
it?
If you just wrote, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah. Yeah, throw some football stuff in there. Why are you running this formation against that?
It is funny though. Like you said, Grubb Cam. Every broadcast.
Yeah.
I don't know the fascination, but maybe he's a first-year coordinator. So like, let's show him. But Dave always gets shown kind of the side. And you get a full-on shot of NASA. It's my favorite thing of the broadcasts.
Yeah. You get to see NASA. Oh, yeah. NASA looks sharp, too. He's always
he's always suited
nines,
up.
man.
Yeah. I just like this call because you You let everybody know what was happening before Rabel got in. This is
In fact,
great.
he wings on the right side. Now he's going to go in motion to the left side. Gino trips and falls on 4th down. I mean, you can't.
I don't think they teach you that at broadcasting school.
Oh no.
You can't teach those kinds of things.
That's innate. It's just you either
just
have it or you
pure
don't, Dave.
instinct. Shut up.
That's great. Nope. I'm telling you, fans love that because it's just, yep, you're speaking our language right there. Right there, you are expressing exactly what everybody else was doing. You just kept it clean. That was all. That was all. All right, there you go. What If Wednesday? We do it every single Wednesday. Meanwhile, it was a big night for the Kraken. 8 goals last night, right?
Yeah, hat trick for Brandon Montour. 8 goals.
They have
scored
4
one,
in the
like,
first
seconds
period?
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
They just went nuts. Who'd they play? Was it the Canadians?
Yeah, Montreal.
Yeah. Do they stink?
I don't know. They were 4-4. Too early to tell. I don't pay attention to those Canadian teams.
I wouldn't say that a 4-4 team stinks. They're average. They get C's.
Hey, there's 3 of them in the NFC West right now. So
I know.
You know, we'll talk to John Morosi about that. The World Series. I don't know. Maybe he's seen fans try to rip a ball out of the glove of a player before. I've never seen that, but maybe he has. We'll talk about all of it. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. We're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week as a coaching staff and as a football team, but we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. In 2021, Bob pushed decriminalizing fentanyl just like Oregon. In 2023, more than 1,000 citizens in King County died from fentanyl overdose in a single year. While other states enforce and arrest fentanyl dealers, Washington, under 12 years of Bob, has become a leader in fentanyl deaths and last in law enforcement officers per citizen. It's simple. Vote Bob if you want more crime and less safety. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors: Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Halloween is just around the corner, but Huluween is here. Hulu is the streaming home to fresh fall releases that'll creep under your skin, like Immaculate starring Sydney Sweeney, FX's American Horror Stories, the new thriller film Hold Your Breath starring Sarah Paulson, and FX's chilling horror thriller Grotesquerie. So snuggle into your couch with a pumpkin spice latte and watch all your scary favorites. Turn your Halloween into Huluween and stream till you scream on Hulu.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play, like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty interior paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when tinted to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Color Collection.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Good news for the New Orleans Saints. Their quarterback, Derek Carr, is expected to play Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. This comes after missing the past 3 games with an oblique injury. Saints coach Dennis Allen said that Jake Haener will be Carr's backup, even though the team started rookie Spencer Rattler in Carr's absence. Other news going on in the world of baseball. After a 121-loss season, the White Sox are turning to Will Venable as their next manager, according to sources speaking with ESPN. He's 42 years old, played 9 years in the big leagues before transitioning to an off-the-field role as a special assistant with the Chicago Cubs in 2017, then a base coach for him from 18 to 2020. He was Boston's bench coach in 2021 before being hired by Texas, where he served as an associate manager next to Bruce Bochy for the past 2 seasons.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more waiting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José de Ríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Sean Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
It's the conversation we look forward to each and every week. We call him our own personal ray of sunshine. The one and the only John Morosi is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. How are you, man?
I'm outstanding, and the sunshine tonight has to do with this, that it is still summer. We still have a baseball game tonight to talk about. Summer is not over yet, my friends. And listen, it says here that I would not be surprised if the Yankees find a way to push this series back to L.A. for Game 6 and maybe even Game 7. It is conceivable now. We're just, 4 or 5 months removed from a Stanley Cup final that went 3-0 to 3-3 to a classic Game 7.
Yeah.
Why not a repeat right now, my friends?
This could be like the Red Sox and Yankees in 2004. Right, where the Yankees are up 3-0 and they end up losing 4-3. So
right. Well, if they go all the way, of course, Dave Roberts was central in that
stolen base
in that ALCS. Right, exactly. But for me, it would be great for baseball if it just gets at least back to LA for a Game 6. It just provides some really good theater and some good drama. So we'll see what they have in store for us tonight there in the Bronx.
You're not in New York though, right?
I am not in New York. I'm
Okay.
actually. I'll tell you where I'm walking right now. This is actually kind of funny. I'm standing right outside of Notre Dame Stadium. I spoke to a couple classes here at ND today. While I didn't go here, my grandmother, my late grandmother, was a devoted Notre Dame fan. So whenever when I have an opportunity to come here and help out a little bit, I'm more than happy to do that. And so I'm standing in the shadow of Notre Dame Stadium as we speak, and very eager to watch the game tonight.
Well, let's. Dave and I were just talking about this, and I'm sure you've seen it and talked about it a million times. But watching what those fans did with Mookie Betts in that catch he makes. We've seen fans get in the way and go for the ball and all. That's all part of it. We get that. I have never, ever seen fans team up on a player, one grab one wrist, the other one prying the mitt open and getting the ball out of it the way we saw those two fans go after Mookie last night, which was beyond unacceptable and lame. But had you ever seen anything that aggressive?
No. And while I was surprised to see it last night in that fashion, perhaps just based on the current disrespect we see far too often, I probably shouldn't have been too surprised. I'm sad to say that something like that eventually would happen on a baseball field. My hope is that we as a collective sports community and we as a country look at that and say this is totally unacceptable and it just cannot happen again. And also, once we get past this initial surprise of doing what we should do, which is note it and acknowledge what happened and say, okay, everybody, including kids and grown-ups, this is not what we do and not how we conduct ourselves. And then we hopefully move on from it and do not give the fans those two fans in particular, any greater oxygen than they deserve. Because I think one of the things that we struggle with as a larger, again, country/media culture is we do a pretty poor job of distinguishing between fame and infamy. And it's sort of all, like if you're a big name for a while, it's sort of all treated way too similarly to each other is what I would say. And this was not okay, not remotely okay. And we need to, I think, and listen, fan behavior has been an issue since as long as there's been fans in different ways. And let's be, this is not a new issue. This is a new level of this issue, but it is not a new issue. And I think that we need to remember as fans, if you buy a ticket and you attend a game, remember, this is not a right. It is a privilege to go there. Okay. And with every ticket, I was actually just, and speaking to, actually this week, I also spoke to a couple of my daughter's classes at their elementary school. And I pointed out to them that when you look at my credential on the back of it, there are a number of criteria that one must observe to attend the game as a member of the media. And guess what? There are also criteria and codes and expectations to attend a game as a fan. Whether you realize it or not, next time you buy a ticket, look at either the fine print of the website or the back of the ticket stub. If it's an old-timey ticket stub, they're there. The rules are there. And I think that obviously interfering with a field of play, touching a player, completely unacceptable. And my hope is that this revives the conversation around the privilege that we have to watch sports and make sure that it's not something that you can abuse in the way those fans abused it last night.
Well, since you're also a hockey guy, JP, I'm going to reference the Hanson brothers, and that maybe we should just release them into the crowd. The Hanson brothers, just go in there and just start taking people out.
Well, actually, that was like a little bit of art imitating life. Go back to the just cue up some of that Mike Milbury fight from years ago in New York. That was a pretty famous. I think it was late 70s, early 80s. I mean, it's again, fans have been out of bounds before, but last night happened to be Game 4 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium, and and rightfully it's sparking a lot of conversation. And we should confront this issue and remind everybody of what we're supposed to be doing here. And it's not that. And listen, you look around. There have been numerous instances of fans getting unruly at whether it's European soccer matches, etc. But there's no excuses for what happened last night. And I hope that. And listen, we've all seen if you're a youth sports parent who's been at this for a while, there's plenty of times you're at your kids' games and people are saying things they shouldn't be saying to the referees. It's silly. We gotta get things organized again, and I hope that amid the embarrassment of what happened last night, that people take the opportunity to remind grown-ups and kids alike what we're supposed to be doing when we have the ability to go to these games.
All right. Well, on the very, very good side, Freddie Freeman, it seems like everybody loves him. And, the fact that he's had 6 World Series home runs in a row, including a walk-off grand slam, just amazing. And it's truly one of those, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, right, JP?
100%. Big fan of Freddie. And I was actually saying this earlier today. I'm happy for him on a variety of levels. First and foremost, you're right. He's as classy of a guy as there is in the game. Number 2, his family's been through a lot, both over the years and this year. Of course, his young son was hospitalized with Guillain-Barré syndrome over the summer. He's talked a lot about his mother, Rosemary, who passed away of melanoma when he was 10. He's represented Canada in international play as a tribute to her because she's from Peterborough, so right outside of Toronto, and his dad's from Windsor, right across the river from Detroit. So he's a very grounded person, and family matters to him a lot. And even in the way in which, if you remember when he left the Braves, how emotional he was about it. And that's because he's a very authentic guy. He's a very real person. And I remember actually I saw him on the way in to the ballpark after his son was sort of beginning to get stabilized after having Guillain-Barré syndrome over the summer. And he had his other son with him walking in, and he just saw me, and it was really emotional just to see him there. He's a real guy. And I think that what I'm really happy about right now is that for someone whose career has been characterized by consistency, and he was already on his way to the Hall of Fame long before October of 2024, but for someone whose career has been known for just consistency and being there and sort of like the quiet excellence of what he's done, he now has these amazing October moments that we're going to remember forever. So when he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, which is going to happen, we're all going to know, oh, yeah, remember that October when he was hitting all his home runs? Like, this is now part of the plaque that's going to go in Cooperstown is what is happening right now. And I think for someone that clearly deserves this level of respect, it's a pretty cool thing to watch and to know that what's happening right now is going to belong on that plaque in the Great Hall whenever he's done playing.
What do you make of Aaron Judge and his struggles that they didn't start just this postseason? I heard people, ripping off all these stats from previous postseasons, and he never comes up big, and, that becomes the big talking point. Signs the huge deal. Hands down MVP this year for the American League, in my opinion. I mean, just a ridiculous season, yet sitting a $152 right now here in this series. He's not been that guy. Is this a guy you look at that, they shuffled the lineup a bit, Aaron Boone did. He moved Giancarlo Stanton down, moved Jazz Chisholm up. But should they be thinking of moving Judge, or would you say, no, you leave him there, and maybe that hit last night gets him going?
Very much the latter. I would not move him down. I think that, and part of the reason why you don't move him down is because of what you just said, in that he's one good at-bat away from getting locked in. Maybe that at-bat was what happened last night. And the other piece of it is they're not going to win the World Series unless he figures it out. There's just I see no – they won a game last night. And again, he had an RBI in that game, and he helped them get going. I just see no conceivable universe in which they come back and win the World Series without him getting hot. I don't see it. And so if that's the case, your best chance to get him hot and get him going again is to get him in a place that he's been comfortable all season long. I don't see what dropping him in the lineup would accomplish. There was remember back years ago, A-Rod got dropped in the lineup. I think it was 2012 by Girardi. It was a disaster. It just didn't. I understand why he did it. I guess on merit he wasn't playing well, but that wasn't going to fix anything. He's one of your guys, and yeah, it's a small sample. Yes, he struggled in the playoffs before. No, he does not have issue performing under pressure. The dude hit 62 home runs, so that he can handle pressure. He's not excelling right now, but you know what? Ohtani's not exactly excelling right now either. And now part of that is the shoulder. I get that, but it's amazing how when you look at these two teams, they're both batting .206. So in this entire World Series, Yankees cumulative batting average .206, Dodgers average .206. They've both scored 18 runs to this point in time. It's actually been a pretty evenly matched and rather pitching dominant series. But I think that, to me, I would be much more wary or curious about the whole thing if the overall batting average in this series between the two teams was .306. Instead, it's .206, and he's basically a little bit below average of what's happening right now. So it's been one of those series, and I think Judge, if it doesn't happen tonight, maybe it happens on the West Coast, but I think he is still due to have a big game before all is said and done this Fall Classic.
What an interesting stat. Jeez. You would have never thought that. As far as the White Sox, they name a new manager, Will Venable. Bob and I were joking around that, like, if they can just lose 100 games,
huge
next
improvement
year, a big improvement, and then be on like a 5-year plan maybe. But no, what do you think about that, JP? And it seems like he's got a real opportunity to kind of fix the culture there in Chicago.
He does, and it's interesting. When he got the job in Texas as the associate manager, I think the idea was he was going to be the manager in waiting, and maybe by around this year he would have been likely stepping into that Rangers job. But I think Bruce Bochy is having fun. He won a World Series in his first year, and now I think Will's got some serious runway to really go forward with the White Sox now. And I know he's about the same age as Chris Getz. They both played in the big leagues around the same time. Will is a first-class person. Of course, a second-generation major league player. His dad played in the big leagues. I think the world of Will. I covered him as a player. I've been around him in his time as a coach. I think for a team that is truly in transition and will be in transition for a while, they need someone who is very patient and is able to teach and is able to relate. And Will does all of those things very well. There's nothing that's going to surprise him in a major league clubhouse. He's seen it all. He's been a top young prospect. He's been a veteran just kind of hanging on. He's been a coach. He's worked in Boston. He's worked in higher pressure situations. So he knows how to handle this. And I think the world of him, and I really believe he's the right choice. Now, they may still, to your point, they may still lose 105 games this year or more than that, maybe 110, who knows. But I think they'll be more competitive, and the future is brighter, to say the very least, because it has to be, almost objectively, to your point, Dave and Bob. It can't get any worse, my friends. It cannot get any worse than it was in 2024.
Hey, looking at two names in this series between the Dodgers and the Yankees, and I'm just curious what you think the market will be like for them. One of them is now former Mariner Teoscar Hernandez, who had a great year for the Dodgers and has been big for him in the postseason and some moments, and then obviously Juan Soto. I don't know. Do you think there's a chance the Yankees let him get away? I've read stories that the Mets got more money and they're gonna make this big move, and he's just gonna go to the highest bidder. And I don't know what his attachment to the Yankees is at this point, but give me a sense of what both are looking at financially, and if you think Soto gets out of New York or away from the Yankees anyway.
Yeah, and I think there's a fair chance that Soto would leave, just based on I do think that he is, in the same way that Bryce Harper did when he became a free agent, similar age to where Juan is right now, that Scott Boras is going to take him to the market and just see. I do think that Soto enjoys New York. That's clearly a place. And by the way, the Mets, I think they will make a huge effort. I think it's going to come down to the way I see this playing out, the Mets and Steve Cohen making an all-out push and going to the absolute nth degree to get him away from the Yankees, and then at the end of the day, do the Yankees match it or get close to it? And it's almost a dream scenario. You've got Juan Soto having a great postseason already. He's the hero of the clinching game in the ALCS. He's a young free agent. He's already been a World Series champion, and now he's going to hit free agency with Scott Boras as his agent, and both the Mets and Yankees feeling like they have to sign him. I mean, that's going to dominate the back pages of the Post and the Daily News for the entire offseason. It's going to be every other day Soto and Aaron Rodgers. That's it. That's all we're going to have for the entire winter.
But do you think
maybe the Knicks every now and then?
Do you think it's somewhere in the $600 million range? What do you think?
I do. I think eventually it's going to get up to that point, just because you've got the right teams involved. So I think he'll get around 600, give or take. I mean, what's 600 among friends, right? I mean, I think that's probably what we're talking about. And then I think with Teoscar, he's shown that he can thrive on the big stage. I think he's I think based on his age, he could maybe still get a 3 or 4 year deal at a really healthy AAV. Is it a 4-year, $100 million deal? Maybe something like that. I think it's going to be interesting to see how he compares to Anthony Santander. Santander maybe as a switch hitter in some respects may have a little bit more of a hitting profile in that regard, but I think Teoscar is probably a better defender. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, neither is known for their glove, obviously.
I was going to say,
I think Teoscar. Well, I mean, Teoscar had a great throw the other day to get a run at home. It was a tremendous throw in left field. So I think Teoscar and Santander will be a really good comparison, and I'm sure the Mariners might be a little bit more of a fit for Santander than Teoscar, just based on the fact that they've already had him. But it's going to be a very, very interesting offseason on a number of levels.
Well, JP, after the Kraken score 2, 3, 1, they break out with 8 goals. What do you like? 5-4-1. What do you like about the start the Kraken's off to?
Well, I think the number one thing about the game last night is so Montour obviously with the hat trick, and he's one of my favorite defensemen to watch in the NHL. He's got a chance to play for Team Canada, I think, this winter at the Four Nations. I mean, he's that good. He's an elite offensive skating defenseman. He's got the gift for that. And I think Kraken fans right now are really enjoying watching what he brings to the club. And then I think up front, Stevenson scores a goal, and he's up there right now in terms of time on ice. This is what the Kraken this basically last night was their off-season vision crystallized in one glorious offensive outburst against the team. And when you do it against Montreal, the league tends to notice, because everything is bigger in Montreal when it comes to the NHL. And I think to see Stevenson taking the big draws, playing a bunch of minutes, that's why I signed him. And then Montour, it's good because I think Montour also brings out a lot of good traits in Evans, as well as a younger defenseman who kind of, in some respects, will play a little bit of a similar style to what Brandon does. So I think it's been a solid start to the season. I think that the biggest thing in the NHL nowadays is just don't get off to a horrible start that really torpedoes your postseason hopes too early. And the Kraken have certainly avoided that. They're playing good hockey, and I think offensively it's been the biggest question for this team really since its founding, which is, consistently, will they have enough depth scoring? What will they have to be able to come at you in waves? I think last night they came at the halves and waves, and it's a really good sign, I think, for what should come, I think, for the balance of the season.
Hey, John, before we let you go, we brought this up last week, but just give us a thought on your conversation. I believe it was the season-ending podcast that came out last week with our own beloved Ken Griffey Jr., who we just saw, who is out there at this game in New York posing with Mookie Betts, two of my all-time favorites, taking a picture together. It's great. But just a quick thought for those that haven't had a chance to hear it.
Yeah, I think there may be, if we have a moment for a quick soundbite, I think there may be a soundbite from Junior talking about. Yeah, Mike has it.
Yeah, right here.
The thought about how Junior described to me the conversation surrounding when he and his dad decided to play together with the Mariners.
He actually called me and he said, "Hey, the Mariners, they want to sign me," and he said, "I want to talk to you first on how you feel," and he said I could sign with the team, or I could retire. but the decision is yours. And I was like, come on. And if you watch my trajectory of my first 3 years, hitting 264, hitting 300s, and hitting 327, it's a lot of it has to do with him on being able to watch somebody who I look like and who I emulated growing up. It's like, this is your team. I will be dad at home, and I will be, teammate, in the clubhouse. And I tease him every now and then. I said, yeah, that's why I rode home with mom a couple times.
That's pretty cool. And for people that don't know, it's called Road to Cooperstown is the name of the podcast with our own John Morosi. But what a cool story there.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. Junior was great. I mean, the episode with Ken, it was a full hour of conversation. And so to have a full hour with Junior, and he talked about the full gamut, the great moments, the tough moments of his career and of his life and his life as a dad. So it was really special to hear his thoughts and his reflections on it. And thank you so much for mentioning it. But yes, the Road to Cooperstown, available wherever you get your podcast. And season 1, there's no better episode to end season 1 on than number 24 himself, Ken Griffey Jr.
Yep, my all-time favorite player right there. That's awesome. John, you're the best. We appreciate it as always. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk again next week.
You bet, boy. We'll talk next week. I may be in San Antonio, Texas by the time we visit at the GM meetings, because guess what? Whenever the last pitch is thrown this week, whenever it happens, we are fully into off-season mode. So I will hopefully send you back glad tidings of many Mariner trades for offensive firepower by the time I speak to you middle of next week, okay?
We're counting on it. We're counting on it.
Get it done, JP. Bring it home.
Thanks, John.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. John Morosi, everybody. If you missed any part of that conversation, it'll be on the podcast page at seattlesports.com after the show. Just click the podcast tab and click on our picture, and it'll be right there waiting for you. Click subscribe, though, because then you never have to go through that process again. Meanwhile, how do the Huskies stop their losing skid? We're going to ask Christian Capel that question. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Seahawks have a chance to get back on track as Sean McVay's Rams head to town.
It's Joe! Goes the other way! Josh Allen coughs it up for the first time this season.
At the halfway point of the season, the NFC West is still up for grabs.
Turns upfield, first down. Got more. That is what we've been waiting for out of Ken Walker.
Hawks, Rams, kickoff 125, pregame coverage starting at 10 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
All right, guys, you're looking for a fun night out. It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
At Shane Company, we'll help you create a ring as unique as your love story.
We have the biggest selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and center stones in an array of colors, including sapphires in blue, pink, green, lavender, and more. Just the other day, a couple picked out a blue sapphire that perfectly matched her eyes, and they left knowing her ring was truly one of a kind. That's what happens at Shane Company. Come check us out. You might just fall in love with something unexpected. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
On the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, the head coach said they don't necessarily need to simplify things, but they may need to take a less is more approach. Mark Schlereth joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and explained why a scheme like Mike McDonald's will be off if you don't have every detail right.
I always say this about defense in general. Disguise is really good until it's not. And what I mean by that is that you can put yourself in a position that's, really sound, but it requires a little bit of thinking and a little bit of timing and being on the same page. And if any of those things is off even a hair, then that's the difference between making a tackle for a 2-yard gain and having a 40-yard bust out.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Washington Wednesdays is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Washington Wednesdays, brought to you by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
It is time for Washington Wednesdays. We get a chance to speak with this guy each and every week. He joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's our University of Washington football insider for Seattle Sports and publisher of On Montlake. Christian Capel is here with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Well, it was a rough weekend for sports. I mean, the Kraken got their butt kicked, the Seahawks got their butt kicked, and the Huskies got their butt kicked. It was kind of a rough weekend out there. And we talked about this game with Indiana, and we knew it was going to be tough. I don't know. This was just kind of an ugly affair. I mean, in the first quarter, they did nothing. It was just not a good day for Will Rogers. I don't know. What was this? I know you weren't thinking they were going to win, but were you surprised by the way this one went?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I probably didn't think Indiana would control the game the way that they did, considering they're playing with a backup quarterback. And didn't really ask that backup quarterback to do a whole lot through the air, right? I mean, they ran the ball 52 times and threw it 19. So, I mean, this was the one team that they'd faced this season so far where I kind of thought, okay, they can really hurt them through the air if they want to. And they lose their quarterback and decide, no, we're a Big Ten program too. We're just going to run smash mouth and run it at you. And, you know, Indiana's offense wasn't super efficient in this game, but kind of like it's gone for the Huskies this year. They gave them a score on a pick six and gave up a big punt return, and Indiana had to go 14 yards to score another touchdown. So between two scores, you only make them go 14 yards. It's hard to win when you do that, especially on the road.
Tell us how did Indiana build this up over the last several years? They've had 2 wins, 3 wins. They're 8-0. Was this totally like a transfer portal thing, or how going into that game? How did Indiana build an 8-0 team?
Yeah, 30 transfers. 30 transfers,
wow.
And 13 of them came from James Madison with Curt Cignetti. I think 8 of those guys are starting on this team, including their top receiver, one of their top running backs. Their other running back came from Wake Forest. I think their top 2 linebackers both came from James Madison. Curt Cignetti has talked about how when he got the job and was trying to fill out the roster, his priority was production over potential. So he wasn't looking in the portal for guys who were maybe higher rated recruits who were coming from big programs where they hadn't played. He was looking for guys who maybe were at smaller schools or were less heralded recruits but had played and had produced at a really high level, and it's working out for them. You know, there's a lot of attention around their offense for obvious reasons. They've scored a lot of points. They've done it in different ways this year. I was really impressed with their defense. You know, they're physical. They look like a legit Big Ten program. Like you mentioned, they were 3-9 last year. You think about challenging teams, challenging opponents in the Big Ten. You don't think about Indiana, but they have the look of a Big Ten team. It's really impressive what they've done overnight there.
What are you seeing from Will Rogers in the last 2 games? He's got 1 touchdown and 3 picks, and you look at completion percentage is good, but he's not doing any damage out there, turning the ball over the last couple of games. So, I mean, what is there anything in your mind that tells you, all right, they might put Damon Williams Jr. in there, and I don't know that they would do that against USC or Penn State coming up, but I don't know what do you make of what's happening at the quarterback spot?
Yeah, I mean, Fish has said that Will Rogers is the guy for right now. He says he still gives them the best chance to win, and I would agree with that. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more Damon Williams. It's not like he's not playing to begin with, right? I think the target for him, and it'll be more some weeks, less other weeks, is 15 snaps a game or so, is what Fish has said. I think you're seeing some of their issues with the offensive line show up a little bit more against these higher caliber defenses. And you haven't seen Will Rogers respond great to pressure. I think he's done a really good job at making decisions and distributing and making accurate throws when everything's set up well and when he gets a little bit of time and can sit in the pocket. But when he has to move, you've seen that making quick decisions with a guy in his face and maybe throwing on the run and making something out of nothing and creating a play when everything's not perfect hasn't necessarily been a strength of his. So I think that's where people kind of, I don't know if you want to say clamor, but are interested to see if Damon Williams and his athleticism and his scrambling ability might help them a little bit. But then you're talking about playing a true freshman against Penn State at in-state college and against Oregon. And it's a pretty rough stretch of schedule here, I think, to try to be making a change at quarterback.
Hey, Christian, as far as NFL prospects, has anybody played their way into that or maybe out of that as far as the outlook goes and just how this season is going? Tell us about, who's helped themselves as far as being a candidate for the NFL draft.
Yeah, maybe Denzel Boston, a guy who I think everybody around the program expected would produce at a pretty good level once he got the opportunity. And he certainly has had that this year, and they're disappointingly small percentage of drives that do end in touchdowns when they get in the red zone often are because he's catching a pass in the end zone. So he's been a bright spot for them maybe in the red zone this year. You've seen him make some plays downfield. I don't know that he's a guy who would be looking real hard at the NFL draft this year, but I just think in terms of helping his stock and getting himself on the radar and maybe being a guy going into 2025 that's going to be on some lists and all those sort of things, he comes to mind. Jonah Coleman, maybe too. I mean, you never know with the size thing at running back. Does that hurt him? But he certainly has been as advertised. He's been really explosive. His vision is great. I think he's their most important offensive player other than the quarterback. So does that mean he would have a look this year? He's a junior. He's got a year left. Who knows? But I do think that he's built a little bit of a higher profile this year. If he stays healthy, he's on track for a 1,000-yard season. And then, looking at guys who maybe weren't on the radar at all, but have played in a way that makes you think and do have the measurables a little bit. I look at a guy like Kaleki Latu, their senior tight end who transferred in from Nevada, and has been a pretty nice little safety valve for Will Rogers, been a part of the passing game. He stepped up and played a lot more than they probably were expecting him to because of the injury to Quentin Moore. Again, I don't know that he's necessarily a draft pick, but at 6'7" and as tough to bring down as he is at times, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a little bit of a look too.
Hey, I got about 15 seconds, but where do 2 wins come from in these remaining 4 games if we're talking about this team being bowl eligible? It looks like UCLA and USC maybe?
It's got to be USC this week and UCLA. I think to think that this team could go and win at Penn State or at Oregon right now is a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah. Christian, as always, great stuff, man. We appreciate it, and we'll do it again next week.
All right, thank you, guys.
There you go. There's Christian Capel, our University of Washington football insider for Seattle Sports and the publisher of On Montlake, with us each and every Washington Wednesday. Coming up, this might be the least surprising news you will ever hear. You're going to catch that when we sweep the dial. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
This is just the season for the Seahawks. They're going to lose another game, believe it or not, Stacy. They're not going to win the rest of their games.
I know.
It's all about building and getting better. I know y'all don't want to hear that. I understand it. But take this team for who they are right now. They are a team that is still struggling defensively, but are working on some things and getting better personnel-wise. Let's give Ernest another week and watch that film. And offensively, they're a team that struggles to run the football but can throw the rock and was missing their best receiver last week. This is who they are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And the massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through December 31st, get Thrillabuyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I really appreciated how fast the program works. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I think I dropped 20 in just the first 3. It's pretty incredible. And in terms of the healthiness, yeah, it's real food that you're buying at the grocery store.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Okay, I mentioned the least surprising news ever.
so don't be shocked when you hear this. But Rob Gronkowski was on with Kay Adams on the show Up and Adams, and somehow it came out that they were discussing those Yankee fans. And of course, Rob Gronkowski knows them.
And here's a little fun fact. That guy right there grabbing Mookie Betts' glove
Don't tell me you know
was
him.
my friend in college.
Gronk, stop it right now.
He was on the ice hockey team, the club, Arizona Wildcats team, ice hockey team. And let me tell you, the whole hockey team, they were absolute maniacs. They were undescribable, just how wild
Animals?
these guys, animals, yes, how wild these guys were. Him doing that represents him very well. I mean, he is all in for his teams. He is all in for the Yankees. I remember him talking about the Yankees all the time, how he loves them so much. And that describes him perfectly, just doing whatever it takes to help his team out. But he's a beauty.
Okay,
he is a beauty.
Okay,
and I just want to say congratulations.
Congratulations!
For shining when your moment came.
He's a beauty. He's a tool.
Gronk just took a hit.
Yeah.
He just took a hit for me.
Yeah, I heard that. Didn't I bring this up earlier? I had heard this soundbite earlier that he was Gronk's
Yeah, I
buddy.
heard it on the way in. I was like, oh.
I was like, oh, boy. Yeah. And then
That's a disappointment.
Well, you and I were just watching the video again, and it just, each time you watch it, you're like, what the hell are these idiots doing? And then one of them is wearing sunglasses. It's nighttime. And this
He shines too bright, Bob.
It's just sitting there in sunglasses. Like, it gets worse.
It was just like...
Even more of a donkey than you appeared to be at first.
It was like a mugging in a parking garage or something. Just gets worse and worse. Just systematically peels the mitt open, and then the other guy...
Gets aggressive, grabbing the other hand.
his arm.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, God. Mookie should have been able to take a swing.
Well, and I think, yeah, that too. And then also I think Gronk should have just kept quiet about his friend.
And not try to celebrate him like, oh, he's a beauty. I tell you what, he's doing anything for the team.
I would think even Yankee fans would be like disappointed in that, embarrassed by it.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't, he caught the ball first. It'd be different if he got in the way and knocked the ball away from the mitt, like with his hands going for the ball. Okay, there you go. I can appreciate that. But catch made, he's coming down. You grab the mitt and try to pry the ball out of it. And your jackass friend next to you is grabbing his other wrist like, I got him. It's like, ugh.
By the way, what a great catch by Mookie.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be difficult concentration.
Sweeping the dial.
Adam Schefter was on with Pat McAfee, I think, yesterday, and they were talking about Anthony Richardson. It was big news around the NFL, but Schefter said that it kind of was common sense around the league that something had to be done with Richardson.
I spoke to some people on other teams, and when I said, hey, my sense is that they're benching Anthony Richardson, the reaction I got from some very smart people was like, of course they're benching him. Like, it wasn't even an option.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't believe how strong people were. And so when I heard that, I'm like, okay, this is happening. This is happening. And they met as an organization. My understanding is that they have informed each quarterback, and now the move has been made. And it's a seismic move on a lot of levels because you're benching the former 3rd overall pick, who now becomes the 2nd quarterback in that draft class to be benched.
And he's completing 44.4% of his passes. He's got 4 touchdowns and 7 picks. I'm not sure why it's so unbelievable that he got benched. He's been terrible.
Yeah, I think he's a good kid. I think he made a colossal error there, and I don't know if that's because maybe just this generation they're not really tuned into. You know, you talk to a guy like Mark Schlereth and me too. I'm just like, it's the bare minimum. Be in shape. You can't tap out of a play because you're not in shape or you just got a little bit tired.
Well, especially when they bring in Flacco and he hands the ball off on the next play. Like, you didn't have the wind to stand there and take the snap and hand it.
And Flacco is like as old as his mom. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I think honestly before, now my reservations with him were 13 games I think he played in college, but he's a great kid. You know, all the athlete. Interviews, everything, you know, good character wise and everything. And I think I don't know, maybe he just never heard that one before. Maybe it was like totally natural to him. Like, well, I'm tired, so tap out. And I've seen it on TV, so it must be okay. And like, no, that's not the way it goes in the NFL.
Sweeping the dial.
So our friends, those morons, certainly overshadowed what happened in a lot of the actual World Series game last night. But one major milestone that occurred, Freddie Freeman hit a home run in his, every game of this series, and then 6 consecutive World Series games.
Freeman cracks one deep to right field. It gone again! Freddie Freeman floating in the World Series. 4 games, 4 home runs. You gotta be kidding.
You say Freddie Freeman floating? Is he going with a tongue twister right there?
Well, and we're sitting here watching all of his home runs right now. I mean, this guy's become the biggest item in sports.
Well, he'll be the, if the Dodgers go on to win this, I assume he'll be the MVP of the series. I mean, he's been huge, and considering they were questioning how much he was even going to be able to play with that high ankle sprain, and you saw him the first couple games out there, just watching him go from home to first was painful. Like, he's just limping and he could barely get there.
I'm blanking. Who had the fingers?
That's Rizzo.
Oh, that's Rizzo on the other
Yankees,
side.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these guys having to tough it out. It's you're right. I mean, you saw that limp by him. You're like, oh, that doesn't look good. Good thing is ankle. Sometimes the swelling goes down. You're okay. But yeah, he's a great story, man.
Yeah, and we talked to John Morosi about that, and he just highlighted what a good guy he is, and everybody's rooting for him, considering what he had to go through with his son in the offseason, coming through injury, and by all accounts, outside of all of that, just a good guy.
Seems like that would be a good team to be on, because you talk about your guy Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
After those guys mugged him out there, he's like, it's okay. He was like forgiving him and everything. I'm like,
so much nicer than me.
What a good guy.
So much nicer than me, Dave. Just a better person, really.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Want to thank our guests today, Olu Oluwatimi, John Morosi, and Christian Capel. If you missed any part of today's show, head to seattlesports.com, click the podcast tab, and click on our picture, and everything you missed will be waiting for you right there, as it is each and every night after the show. Don't forget to click subscribe, because then you never have to worry about it again. It just shows up. It's beautiful. Have a great night, everybody. We're going to be back tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Who do we think will win the NFC West, and who's the best team in the NFC West?
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Dan Orlovsky thinks that if the Rams stay healthy, they're going to win. Is he wrong?
Who knows? Are the Rams in the mix? Yes, everybody's in the mix right now. My thing is, I got to see it for a longer time. I can't just see it for 1 or 2 games and say, that's it. Yeah, it's not something that impresses me the way the analytics are impressed.
As Shania would say, that don't impress me much.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Now, you've probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess. You haven't checked. You're like me. You don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros has partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Spring is here, and now is a great time to visit the incredible new showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has over 400 new Toyotas in stock and on the way, including Camrys, RAV4s, Tacomas, Highlanders, 4Runners, and Tundras. Test drive one today and drive it home immediately. Let the team at Toyota of Kirkland take the hassle out of the car buying experience. Toyota of Kirkland will exceed your expectations in every way. Visit them today or shop online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Are you a skilled HVAC tech looking for a top-rated team? Join Ben's Plumbing, rated 5 stars for exceptional service. Enjoy great pay and benefits, a supportive team, and a non-commissioned HVAC career. Visit bens.plumbing/careers to apply.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices.
That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
The future of cool, comfortable sleep is here. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools and effortlessly adjusts to both of you. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. It actively cools to keep you cool and comfortable throughout the night. Save on smart beds now during our fall sale, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch captivating dramas and gripping mysteries, whether it's entire series of massive hits like Sherlock and Vera, new seasons of originals like The Responder, starring international Emmy winner Martin Freeman, or an extraordinary selection of beloved treasures featuring Idris Elba, Jodie Comer, Matthew McFadden, Benedict Cumberbatch, and more. Only on BritBox. Watch with a free trial at BritBox.com.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. We now join the MLB playoffs already in progress on Seattle Sports.
And we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
FX's grotesquerie.
This killer is someone who knows anatomy.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Detective, you have an entire family murdered.
Niecy Nash Betts.
The monster is out here!
Courtney B. Vance.
God knows what darkness we let in.
And Travis Kelsey.
There's no future after this.
FX's grotesquerie. All new Wednesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
ball drilled left field. Gone! Grand slam, Anthony Volpe over the left field wall. And Yankee Stadium explodes.
Well, those of us who've been around a while have spoken these words before. The Yankees shortstop came up big in a World Series. It's not Derek Jeter, now it's Anthony Volpe.
List of coolest moments of your life. Where does being on the field for the 9th inning while the entire stadium chants your name and you're about to win a World Series game rank?
Yeah, number one. Definitely number one.
No team has ever gone down 3-0 in the World Series and even forced a Game 6.
The Yankees have an opportunity tonight to do something really special. But look, getting it back to Los Angeles is not the goal.
Yes, they win a game. Does this mean the Dodgers are going, oh no? The answer is no.
We just know what's at stake. We're playing for our lives.
I mean, we never give up. We never give up. That's what we do.
Stories have to be told. I know you guys do that for a living. I'd be willing to give you some material to write one.
Not predict it?
No, no prediction. Just day by day, man. Day by day.
Did you wake them up? Did you wake up the Yankees monsters? We shall see.
Now, live from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York, alongside Jessica Mendoza and Eduardo Perez, with Buster Olney, here's John Sciambi.
Welcome to Game 5, everybody. And here from Yankee Stadium, we get ready for baseball as the World Series continues here in New York. Last night, the Yankees able to fight off elimination and take Game 4 tonight. They had their ace on the hill in Garrett Cole, and he'll be opposed by Jack Flaherty. One of the things we've seen in the early going for the Dodgers has been an ability to score, and at least in these first couple of games in New York, it's been Freddie Freeman doing the damage. But in the big picture, I don't know if it's been covered quite enough, just my opinion, how ferocious this Dodger lineup is. Top to bottom, they don't have everybody going right now, but it is a super, super strong lineup.
And they can hit the fastball, and that's the really interesting thing. Look, this is a team that can do many things from the top to bottom, and I think the guy that's in the middle, Max Muncy, who has not had a really good World Series, if he gets it going like he did in the postseason early on in the DS and CS, it makes a huge difference. It's been all Freddie Freeman, and it is deep. It can beat you in so many ways with power, contact, speed, and base running. It's going to be interesting how Garrett Cole is going to be able to handle them.
Well, he's going to have to elevate the fastball, because even though the Dodgers are a fastball hitting team, they have struggled in the fastball up in the zone. They've chased it out of the zone. Max Muncy, 30% of his chases have been on those pitches. In the regular season, it's now 70% now in the postseason. Fastball is elevated. Plus, Garrett Cole got his slider back. That was a pitch he had struggled with. So you think about elevated fastball, sliders, that's what the right-handed batters are going to see.
Both of these teams in the playoffs have really leaned on the home run ball. Both teams over 50% of their postseason runs coming when the ball goes over the fence. I think until we see otherwise, you'd have to expect again tonight that this game is going to turn on somebody hitting a ball over the wall, probably against one of these starters.
And in this World Series, it's an unprecedented 72% of the balls hit over the fence. That's how they score the runs. And look, it's going to have to continue. And the crazy thing about it, both Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, they have yet to hit a home run in this World Series.
Which is a beautiful thing, because it just shows you the depth of both of these lineups, and honestly, the modern-day baseball, that it's not just your big sluggers. I mean, Tommy Edman slugging. You got everybody on the field, even though we've seen base running. Anthony Volpe talked about the grand slam, but how about his two stolen bases, his ability to manufacture a double, score on a ground ball? That's the kind of stuff that they also have to do and capitalize.
One of the things I'm interested tonight is Jack Flaherty, is how quickly Dave Roberts goes to the hook, and where is the game at that point. You know that if they're up, as they like to say, in a plus game, that he's really going to lean on his leverage guys, and I wouldn't be surprised if he went to them as early as even the fourth inning.
I think ideally Doc wants him 2 times through the lineup. So how does that look? Now, if he's struggling, if the pitch count is high and he starts to get into a position, then I think he goes even earlier than that. But I think ideally, yes, 4 innings, 2 times through the lineup. He does not want the heart of this order of the Yankees to see him a 3rd time.
I had a really cool conversation with John Smoltz, who's calling the game for Fox, and when he was in this position, no better person to ask, he said, look, you have to pitch backwards. And I said, what do you mean, sliders and then fastballs? He said, no, You have to pitch every inning like it's the 9th inning. Gas it up. Forget about the next one. Take it hitter by hitter. Try to finish that inning and start all over the 2nd inning as if it were the 9th inning. Don't worry about the rest. One game, he thought about it that way, and he threw over 140 pitches.
Garrett Cole leads the Yankees out of the dugout. And New York takes the field. Their home white pinstripes, dark blue caps and socks. And for the Dodgers, their road gray uniforms and their blue caps and helmets. All right, let's check out our starting lineups. They're brought to you by Cintas. Cintas. Businesses stay clean, protected, and looking great. Are you ready? Garrett Cole on the mound. He'll face a Dodger lineup that features Shohei Ohtani at the top of the order. He's the DH. Mookie Betts will hit second in right field. Freddie Freeman will bat third at first base. The cleanup man is Teoscar Hernandez. He'll play left field. Max Muncy's at third base, batting fifth. Kike Hernandez will hit sixth in center field, batting seventh. Tommy Edman will play shortstop. In the 8th spot, the catcher is Will Smith, and Gavin Lux shifted to the 9th spot. He's at second base. For the New York Yankees, it's Gleyber Torres, who's been doing a great job in the leadoff spot. He's at second base. Juan Soto back second, and he's in right field. Aaron Judge hits third in center field. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is the cleanup man for the 2nd straight game, and he'll play third base. The DH is Giancarlo Stanton. He bats fifth. Anthony Rizzo hit sixth at first base. Anthony Volpe, the hero last night, hit seventh. He'll play shortstop. Batting eighth, the catcher Austin Wells. And batting ninth, it's Alex Verdugo. He will play left field. So Garrett Cole on the mound, the 34-year-old making his 4th World Series start, 2nd in this World Series. He was really good in game 1. 6 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, didn't walk a soul, and he struck out 4. And we touched on it in our open, the idea of 4 days rest. In the major leagues this year, 31% of starts were on 4 days rest. 42% were on 5 days rest. So that gives you an idea that regular rest nowadays is actually 5. Well, how will both of these guys fare on 4 days rest? Neither of them this season, Flaherty nor Cole, were particularly good on 4 days rest. For Garrett Cole this year, on 4 days rest, he threw 15 2/3 innings, 3 starts, and he gave up 5 homers and a 5.74 ERA. We'll see how it plays out. You know he's going to attack with the fastball, and this should be a lot of fun.
Buckle up, fellas. The crowd has to be in it, and it's Garrett Cole's responsibility to keep them in it.
He's put up brilliant numbers in his career in the postseason. 21 starts, a 2.91 ERA. Ohtani climbs in left side, and we're ready to go. It's game 5. Cole listening in. Wells behind the plate. Righty turns, kicks, fires. Swing and a high fly ball center field, playable for Judge. In and to his left and in right center, he makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out for Garrett Cole.
Shohei Ohtani actually got the pitch that he drives normally. We've talked about the chase with Shohei Ohtani. He ended up getting a fastball middle down. I mean, that's a huge zone for him. Ended up getting out in front, flying out.
The key to all of this is this first inning, it was over 95 miles per hour, 95.6 miles per hour.
First offering to Mookie Betts. And a curve is in for a strike. Our plate umpire is Mark Ripperger. Ripperger behind the dish. Todd Tishner at first. Carlos Torres at second. Andy Fletcher is at third. Cole, the 0-1. Fastball outside. That one at 97. And it's 1-1 on Mookie. Mark Carlson, the crew chief, down the left field line. Doug Eddings, last night's plate umpire, and he is down the right field line. Garrett Cole wants a new baseball, and he rolls that one out of play to his old buddy Freddie Freeman, who picks it up and tosses it towards the dugout. Betts climbs back in, 1 out, bases clear, no score, just getting started. And a 1-1. Swing and a little roller towards first. Rizzo charges, scoops it up with the glove, steps on the bag with the left foot, and there's 2 down. Betts got that off the end of the bat with some funky spin. And with 2 away, the batter will be Freddie Freeman. No score here, top of the first, and Freeman getting the boos. Left-hand hitter, straightaway stance. He stands deep in that left side batter's box. Kind of a flat bat. Cole is ready and fires. And that's fouled away off to the left. And that one at 96, 0-1 on Freeman.
Have to like the velocity right now of Garrett Cole, who in the first game that he pitched in L.A., the velocity didn't come until the second inning. This time it's in the first.
Cole is ready, the 0-1. And that's in for a strike. And I think that was a changeup. Indeed it was. Freeman, of course, who's homered in each of the first 4 World Series games, 6 World Series games in a row. They rise to their feet in the Bronx, the 0-2. Swing and a high fly ball left field. Playable Verdugo backing up under it, and he makes the catch. And Garrett Cole gets him 1-2-3. The Dodgers' top 3 goes in order. End of a half inning of play. The Dodgers nothing. The Yankees coming to bat. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom half of inning number 1, and here come the Yankees up to hit. Torres, Soto, and Judge against the 29-year-old from Los Angeles. Grew up a Dodger fan. Jack Flaherty, a free agent at the end of the year. Came over at the trade deadline from the Tigers. And Flaherty, in his game 1 start, 5 1/3, gave up 2 runs, 1 swing of the bat. It was a homer to Giancarlo Stanton. The velocity was good. The breaking balls, both the slider and the curve were good. He's ready to work and delivers to Torres. Swing and a miss, and a good fastball at 93. Flaherty, a 6.10 ERA and 4 postseason starts this year. The 0-1 is in for a strike. Back-to-back at 94. That is a good sign. Flaherty turns, kicks, and an 0-2. And that one a little bit low. That was the slider. Flaherty came to the deadline. The interesting thing is that the Yankees poked around and had interest in Jack Flaherty. The 1-2. Swing and a ground ball right side, right at Lux. The second baseman gathers it in, throws to first. Torres is out, 1 away. So 1 up and 1 down. And here comes Juan Soto. No score, bottom of the first. And the Yankees' ferocious slugger stands in on the left side. He's a free agent to be. He's going to make a whole lot of money.
Hot take.
Hot takey. Flaherty fires. And that one is down and in with a knuckle curve. Ball one. Soto had a tough night last night as they mixed and matched with the off-speed stuff. Overall in the World Series, he's 4 for 14. The 1-0. And a curve misses outside. And now it's 2 balls and no strikes.
And they'll continue to throw and spin it to him until he proves that he can consistently barrel it, because he's really done that with the fastball, consistently finding the sweet spot.
The 2-0 is outside, and Flaherty let that one run a bit arm side. Now 3-0 with Judge in the on-deck circle. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the first. It's game 5. Dodgers lead the World Series 3-1. Here's the 3-0, and that's through there for a strike. Dodgers got Jack Flaherty. They lost more games than any team due to injury, and their pitching staff was really affected. Here comes the 3-1. And that one is a little bit low. Smith tried to frame it, but it's ball 4. And with 1 out, a man aboard in front of Aaron Judge. And listen to the crowd greeting Judge as the big slugger steps in on the right side. We mentioned at the top of the broadcast, 250 home run hitters in this series. Neither guy has gone deep. The pitch. Swing and a drive. Right field. As it was out of my mouth. Gone! Scratch that. Aaron Judge has gone deep. Yankees 2. Dodgers nothing.
Well, it's a different hitter that Jack Flaherty faced in Game 1 in L.A., and we saw signs of it last night. It has carried over to today in the first swing that Aaron Judge took and has taken tonight. You can hear the effects in the background.
And again, for Judge, so much power. And with this ballpark to right and right center, as Aaron Boone likes to say, for Aaron Judge, it's a sneeze to right for him. Well, that one was sneezed pretty hard out to right center.
Well, bless you.
Yeah, indeed.
So cool to see his teammates, too, how excited they are for him.
Here's the pitch to Chisholm. And a fastball misses outside.
That's something Aaron Boone had told us, is how much they felt for Judge. Knowing what a great teammate he's been to them and his struggles.
Flaherty back to work, the pitch. And that one down and in. So a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. The Yankees on the Judge homer. He had gone 24 at-bats without a homer in the playoffs. Flaherty, the 2-0. And that's in there for a strike, 2-1. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Right field. Bats turning. Looking. Out of here. Back to back. And the Yankees have a 3-0 lead. And listen to this place. Jazz Chisholm, who had 24 homers this year between the Marlins and the Yankees. It's his second homer of the playoffs. And the Yankees have opened up a 3-0 lead.
And it was another fastball by Jack Flaherty, and Jazz did not miss it, and he knew it as soon as he hit it. He faced his dugout in total celebration. Jack Flaherty, both fastballs that he's thrown at 93.5 miles per hour average have been hit over the fence.
So 1 out, bases empty, and it's Stanton. This place still buzzing. Pitch to Stanton. And that one misses down low, a slider. And it's 0-1. Stanton homered against Flaherty in game one. The pitch. And that one a little bit low. For the Yankees, by the way, and again, this one surprises me. The first time they've hit back-to-back homers in a World Series game since 1977, Game 5, Thurman Munson and Reggie Jackson. The 2-0. And that one in the dirt. You mean to tell me that in all those years with Bernie and Jeter and Tino and O'Neill, like, never?
All right.
3 balls, no strikes to count. And it's 3-0 Yankees. The pitch is on the outside corner. And that one at 95 is Flaherty. You could almost see it. He humped up a bit, leaned into it. 95 with the heater. Here comes the 3-1. And that's in there for a strike. And now it's 3-2. And Stanton letting the plate umpire Mark Ripperger know he didn't think it was a strike. K-Zone said it was. 3-0 Yankees, bottom of the first. Flaherty is ready and fires. Swing and a ball drilled to center. Going back, Hernandez now back slips, dives in and makes the catch. Well, put a 10 over that circus, as they say. Kike Hernandez, the bad route, but nevertheless was able from his knees to lunge forward and make the catch.
I give him credit. It's Giancarlo Stanton. So off the bat, he is sprinting. Like, get on your horse and go back. Then realize, oh, wait, this thing's actually going to drop back in. He must have gone 10 feet back, comes diving back in, made a great play on, really was probably hit right to him.
So 2 down now, nobody on. Here's Rizzo, the pitch. And that one is a bit low.
And oh, by the way, it's Anthony Rizzo who has the best numbers against Jack Flaherty coming into this game.
435, 3 home runs.
Here comes a 1-0. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes on Rizzo's hand. Still bothering him. Make no mistake about it. Last night, Mark Leiter handcuffed him with a pickoff throw. And it hurt. The 2-0. And that one is cut on and missed. And a count 2-1. Talking to Anthony Rizzo pregame tonight. One of the things I asked him, I said, do you allow yourself to think about coming all the way back? The 2-1 is low. 3 balls and a strike. And he conceded, yeah, you do. I mean, you're going to think about it. But then you focus on yesterday our job was to win 1 game. Today our job is to win 1 game. But he did concede. Yes, you think about, man, imagine if we came all the way back for the 3-0 deficit and made history in the World Series. 2 outs, bases clear. A 3-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. That one, a slider biting down and in, and now it's 3-2. Flaherty at 25 pitches. Here comes. And that one is in there. Got him looking. And Rizzo is gone. And the inning comes to a close. But Judge, with his first homer of the World Series, Jazz Chisholm Jr. follows immediately. They go back-to-back, end of 1. 3-0. Yankees here in Game 5. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and ESPN app.
Welcome to New York. Welcome to New York.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
It's the Disney Plus Blockbuster offer. For a limited time, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month and watch huge hits like Inside Out 2.
Come on!
And Agatha All Along, streaming soon. Plus Bluey.
Yes!
And Descendants The Rise of Red. Get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month. All of these and more, now streaming. 18 plus only. New and eligible returning subscribers only. After 3 months, Disney Plus Basic with ads auto-renews, then current monthly retail price $9.99 per month until canceled. Offer ends 9/27/24. Terms apply.
This time of year, the gear means more. The logo has a season of grit stitched in. The hat brims go low. The jerseys blaze with postseason pride. It's postseason season. This is what players and fans wear to win. Visit MLBshop.com for your favorite team gear and today's special offer. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Back here as we go to the top of the second. And it'll be Teoscar Hernandez to stand in. Yankees lead at 3-0. Aaron Judge breaking out. His first homer of the World Series. And his 2-run blast gave the Yankees the lead. And Chisholm following him with a home run. And here we are in the second. 3-0. The pitch. And Teoscar Hernandez takes the strike at the top of the zone. 0-1. Hernandez 5 for 16 in the World Series. And he does have a homer. The 0-1. Swing and a ball popped up. Right side. Foul ground. Rizzo near the stands. And a run out of room. Anthony Rizzo right up against the railing of that camera well just beyond the Yankee dugout first base side. Yanks come out of the first base dugout. Dodgers out of the third base dugout here at Yankee Stadium, big ballpark in the Bronx. The new one opened in 2009. Hernandez back in. Right-hand hitter waits. The 0-2. And that one off the outside edge. And he went with a slider at 87. 1-2 on Teoscar Hernandez. With 33 homers, it was an all-star this year. Second time he's been an all-star. The wind, the kick, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out.
Well, so far, every pitch that Garrett Cole has thrown has been very effective. Talk about the fastball, yes, there's life and velocity. Talk about the curveball, there's depth. You talk about the changeup, there's definite great arm action to it and control in the strike zone. And most importantly, that slider right there, sharp.
Here's Max Muncy now. And Muncy takes a breaking ball for a strike. Muncy has been in a funk in the playoffs. You take it back to the LCS. He is 0 for his last 18 with 11 strikeouts. Here comes the 0-1. And a curve is in for a strike. And it's 0-2. And Muncy making a mechanical adjustment. If you remember, Max Muncy at times would do something with his back foot. He'd actually step backwards. He's doing it here tonight. The 0-2. Outside.
The biggest thing I'm looking for with Muncy, with that move, stepping back, it allows him to kind of get on a better plane where he can track the ball, but he's been chasing up and out of the zone.
Here comes the 1-2. And it's pop foul back out of play. So if you're following, you think of Muncy facing the pitcher as a left-handed hitter. The back foot's the left foot, the front foot's the right foot, and he takes a baby step back towards Austin Wells, and then begins, or that kind of begins his load effectively. And then he begins his swing. Here comes the 1-2. And that one is right through there. Called strike 3, and Cole got him looking. Back-to-back strikeouts. Yeah, there's 2 away.
How about Garrett Cole starting him off with the curveballs early, gets some hunting and chasing and looking, curveball, and then he throws a fastball. Really good velocity at 96 miles per hour, right down the middle.
Here's the pitch to Hernandez. And Kike takes down and away in ball one. Garrett Cole this year began the season on the IL with right elbow inflammation. He debuted in 2024, June 19th. They weren't even entirely sure if he was going to make it back, at least for a stretch. The 1-0. There's a strike in the outside corner, and it's 1-1. And he talked about having to just sit and watch, and the appreciation that he had specifically for the Yankee hitters, watching Judge and Soto and Stanton. The 1-1. Swing and a high fly ball out towards right center. Playable for one. Soto under it, makes a one-handed catch. And Garrett Cole gets him 1-2-3. He's gotten all 6 that he has faced so far tonight. We're midway in inning number 2, and here in the Bronx, the Yankees 3, the Dodgers nothing in Game 5. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom half of inning number 2. John Sciambi, Jessica Mendoza, Eduardo Perez, Buster Olney, and Jack Flaherty will get back to work. A reminder, if we need it, Game 6 will come your way at 7 Eastern on Fox and right here on ESPN Radio on Friday. Brought to you by Capital One. Anthony Volpe stands in, gets a nice hand. Big night last night for Volpe. Flaherty fires. And a fastball through there for a strike. 0-1. It'll go Volpe, Wells, and Verdugo. 7-8-9 last night. That was a big part of the reason the Yankees were able to win the game. 0-1. Swing and a line drive, curling, fair ball down the left field line, and that one into the left field corner. Hernandez will pick it up. Volpe cruises into second, and it's a leadoff double.
Bottom half of the lineup yesterday was the igniter. 7 runs driven in from the 7-8 spot, and another one from Verdugo in the 9. And this bottom half of the second inning, Anthony Volpe gets us started again from the 7 hole.
First 3 games of the World Series, 7-8-9 for the Yankees, 4 for 34. Last night, 5 for 10. Here's Wells, the pitch. And a breaking ball misses low. That's the knuckle curve. Wells had a big night, a double and a homer. When he came in from the home run, Aaron Boone looked at him talking about sitting him in game 3, and stone-faced said, see, all you needed was a good benching.
Tough league.
Yeah, it's a tough league. The 1-0. Swing and a ground ball to the right side. Freeman up with it. Underhands to Flaherty. He steps on the bag. And there's one out on the play. Volpe to third.
And that's productive baseball right there. You get a double. Now you have to force the infield in. You're down 3. So the Dodgers will play in when Anthony Verdugo's up. But good execution by Austin Wells right there. You get a pitch, and that curveball that Flaherty was getting swings and misses with in game 1, not getting it right now.
Yeah, he throws a slider and a curve. The curve was the better of the 2 in game 1. Infield in. Here's the pitch. And Verdugo takes low. Ball 1 on the left fielder, who's hitting 200 with a homer and 7 knocked into the postseason.
That's what's missing early in this game is the swing and miss. He had 19 against the Yanks back in game 1. 12 of them came on that curveball.
Man at third, 1 out. The pitch. That's down and in. And now it's 2-0 on Verdugo. Open stance left side for Verdugo. He waits. The 2-0. That's outside, and now it's 3-0. Anthony Banda is up in the bullpen over that left center field wall. The lefty throwing for the Dodgers.
I'd give him the green light right here. Get a fastball, one that you can handle. I would send them a message saying, I trust you with it.
The 3-0. And that's through there for a strike. The Dodgers playing tonight in their 16th playoff game. Pitching-wise, their starters have thrown 58 2/3 innings. Their relievers 74 1/3. So they've leaned on the pen. The 3-1. Swing and a liner. Base hit right field. In to score is Volpe. Verdugo with an RBI single, and it's 4-0.
Gavin Lux was at regular depth. That's the beauty. You talk about small ball even for the Yankees. Austin Wells hitting that ground ball to the right side to get the runner at third. Gavin Lux is at second base. He catches this line drive. It was 84 miles an hour off the bat, off the end of the bat. Lux could not get to it because he was pulled in. Ends up being a big hit for Verdugo, scoring another run for the Yanks.
And now Dave Roberts out of the dugout. And he makes the point to the pen, and we've got a pitching change. The night is over for Jack Flaherty. An inning and a third, and he's done here in game 5. Roberts takes the baseball, and we've got a pitching change. Call to the bullpen, and with 1 out here in the second, the Yankees lead it 4-0. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Game 5 of the World Series on ESPN Radio with Doug Landville. I'm Kevin Winter. I think it is safe to say the Yankee bats are back.
Yeah, I mean, Flaherty was absolutely fooling nobody, but it was also a plan. The Yankees were much more disciplined, calmer. They waited for their pitch. They jumped on it. You could tell, like, when you face a guy and then it's the second time, you're like, okay, I know what you're going to do to me. They were very calm. And then, of course, Verdugo, an example of the bottom of the order, producing again.
It almost seems like that patience, which was exhibited last night early on, has now carried over. And the Yanks have got the 4-0 lead. Garrett Cole, 6 up, 6 down. Back to the bottom of the second inning in the Bronx with Eduardo Perez and Jessica Mendoza. Here's Sean Shambi.
All right, Kev, thanks very much. One of the other components, and not to oversimplify, but Jack Flaherty had a really good year this year, his best year since 2019. As a general idea, Eduardo, in today's world of Major League Baseball, when your four-seamer is around 93 miles an hour, man, it's hard to succeed. Most of the guys that are really eating people up are throwing 95, 96, and you give yourself a little wiggle room to make mistakes. At 93, it's amazing to say, but it's kind of a ho-hum fastball.
That's why teams hunt the velocity when it comes to pitchers.
There's Bonda now. Man at first, 1 out. Torres at the plate and the pitch. Check swing and a called strike, where they actually appealed and then said it was a strike. Todd Tishner's our first base umpire. Torres grounded out his first time with a big 3-run homer last night in the 8th. The 0-1. And that's the strike of the outside corner, 0-2. Yankees lead 4-0. We're in the bottom of the second. It's game 5. Dodgers lead this World Series 3-1. The 0-2. And that one is in there. And Torres is gone. And there's 2 away.
How about Banda coming in and being able to throw strikes with the off-speed pitch? And when Torres started guessing off-speed, he threw a four-seamer right down the middle.
And now it's Juan Soto. So left on left here. Soto a walk his first time, and he scored a run. And the pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. That was the slider. Juan Soto looking back out either at Bonda or at the scoreboard. He took a big rip at it, and it's 0-1. And for Soto at 26 years old, his career off to a remarkable start. Here's the 0-1, and that's in the dirt. We talk so much, oh, that kicks away now from Smith. He couldn't find it. And then racing down to second is Verdugo. It was in the dirt. Juan Soto was saying, stay there, stay there. But Wilt Smith hadn't secured the baseball. And on that wild pitch, Verdugo was able to take the extra 90.
He actually did a great job of keeping the ball in front of him. He just didn't know he did it.
So man in scoring position. Ball and a strike. The 1-1 is outside and low. We talk about Soto and the ability to get on base. His lifetime on base percentage is .421. That places him in the top 20 in Major League Baseball history. The guy he is one spot ahead of, Mickey Mantle. 2-1 the count. And a pitch. And it's fouled off at the plate. 2-2.
He continues to shake his head at Banda, saying, okay, you got me on that one. He's able to foul it off, but I'm on you. Psychologically, he's trying to pump himself up, and guess what? It's worked throughout his entire career.
Soto climbs back in. Verdugo at second. There's 2 down, 4-0 Yankees. Bottom of the second. The 2-2. Outside, a little bit low at 97. And now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Soto, it's worth mentioning, has now reached base in 25 consecutive postseason games. Crowd gets to its feet. Man at second, 2 down. 3-2 with Judge waiting in the on-deck circle. Payoff pitch to Soto. In the dirt, kicks away from Will Smith. Not far enough for Verdugo to advance. It's ball 4.
Those are big misses with the slider. Will Smith has been doing a great job just trying to keep this thing anywhere in front. But Mark Pryor now coming out to talk to the rookie Banda, because with this moment, we saw a great strikeout to Torres, but the slider he hasn't been able to find.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because this conversation on the mound, it should be about be smart. There's still a base open, and it's at third base. If you walk him, so what? You have a left-handed hitter in Jazz Chisholm on deck. It favors you, so do not give in to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big spot right here from the standpoint of you want to keep this at 4, and you want to do whatever you can to keep this at 4, and that might mean risking the bases being loaded and facing Jazz Chisholm. We'll see how Banda goes after Judge, or if he does. Verdugo at second, Soto at first, 2 down. Bottom of the second, 4-0 New York. Here it comes. And a slider misses low.
His takes are so much better since yesterday, where he started taking really good at-bats.
1-0 the count. Banda comes set, kicks, fires. And that one is in for a strike. The slider, it was kind of a hanger and was up in the zone. And the count even 1-1. Two on, 2 out. Ball and a strike. Judge back in. Banda with that bright red glove sets and fires. And that's outside. And now it's 2-1. Dodgers wearing their road grays with the blue caps, the white LA cross stitch across the front of the hat. Dodgers in script in blue across the front. The 2-1 is outside. And now it's 3-1. Verdugo at second. Soto is at first. And there's 2 down. Here's a 3-1. And that one is in the dirt. And ball 4. And Smith will go and retrieve it. And the bases are loaded.
Just smart baseball right here by the Dodgers. They're going to give themselves a chance. They're already down 4. You said it, Boog. Don't have to be giving in right there with the base open. And now it's up to Jazz Chisholm to be able to do something here and prove this theory wrong for the Dodgers.
Chisholm a homer his first time up, all loaded up. And a pitch. And a slider for a strike. It's 0-1. Chisholm with a golden opportunity to blow the roof off this place with a long one. 4-0 Yankees, bottom of the second. Bases loaded. The 0-1. Swing and a little roller to first. Freeman to his right has it. Underhands to Banda, who beats a diving Jazz Chisholm to the base. And that is out number 3. The Yankees add a run, and we'll go to the third. 4-0. Yankees lead the Dodgers. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Halloween is just around the corner, but Huluween is here. Hulu is the streaming home to fresh fall releases that'll creep under your skin, like Immaculate starring Sydney Sweeney, FX's American Horror Stories, the new thriller film Hold Your Breath starring Sarah Paulson, and FX's chilling horror thriller Grotesquerie. So snuggle into your couch with a pumpkin spice latte and watch all your scary favorites. Turn your Halloween into Huluween and stream till you scream on Hulu.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Garrett Cole back to work as we go to the top of the third. The Yankees with a 4-0 advantage. John Sciambi, Eduardo Perez, Jessica Mendoza, and Buster Olney. Our producer is Rob Kelly. Our engineer is the great Al Rosenberg. As we go to the top half of inning number 3, it'll be Edmund Smith and Lux against Cole, who's gotten all 6 that he has faced, including 2 by strikeout. Garrett Cole making his 4th career World Series start. Switch hitter. Edmund digs in left side, and the first offering is in for a strike. The 0-1 to count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul ball at the plate. All right, I just had a thought. And it's way too ahead of time and not appropriate, but I'm still going to say it. You ready?
No. With that intro?
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good point. We'll circle back. 0-2 the count on Tommy Edman. Garrett Cole, who of course pitched in Game 5 of the 2019 World Series. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a fly ball down the left side, slicing foul. And out of play. This might not be the last time we see Garrett Cole. Don't you remember Game 7 of the 2019 World Series? And the number one question at the end of that game, when Garrett Cole went and warmed up, was how come Garrett Cole didn't pitch out of the pen in that game? So maybe if we get to a Game 7 scenario, Garrett Cole will be coming out of the pen. See? It's way too soon for that. Not appropriate. The 0-2 is pop foul and out of play. But it didn't happen in 2019. He warmed up, but he never actually came in the game.
I think it's very appropriate because, I mean, even the way Eddie was talking about it, like your mindset is this is the last time you're pitching in the entire season, but the back of your mind.
The 0-2 is in there. Got him looking. A changeup, and Edman is gone, and Cole has been razor sharp. He's gotten all 7 that he's faced.
I mean, first of all, Eddie's talking about the fastball velocity, right? It's 96. We've seen the curveball, just extra spin in the depth. And then you're going to throw in the changeup, which he does not throw very often at all. We've now seen three of them this game, 2 of them for big-time strikeouts.
Here's Will Smith now. One away, base is empty. The wind, the kick, the pitch. And a breaking ball misses a little bit low. That was the slider. Ball 1, no strike. Smith, who homered last night, his 3rd homer of the playoffs, 8th career postseason homer. A 1-0 on the way. Curve in for a strike. And it's 1-1. And the outfield defensively left to right, Verdugo, Judge, and Soto. And they're shaded the other way. 3rd to 1st on the infield, Chisholm, Volpe, Torres, and Rizzo. And they're straight up on the infield, backed up. The 1-1. Swing and a ball popped up right side. Rizzo waving his arms. Back edge of the dirt, a couple of steps in, and he makes the catch. Yeah, there's 2 down.
Look, Garrett Cole does have his fastball going. He's got all the pitches, but that curveball that he's thrown tonight, he's thrown it 5 times, and all 5 times he's landed them for strikes. And the ability to do that early on in a game is going to even benefit him later on in the game because he then doesn't have to throw them for strikes.
Here's the pitch to Lux, and that's in for a strike. He's been so good so far. Lux just 1 for his last 17 in the playoffs. The 0-1 pitch outside. I feel like we've seen the changeup a little more frequently than he normally uses it here tonight. What's going on over there?
Got him.
The 1-1 is down low. 67 degrees at first pitch. No, it's not October 30th. It's May 30th. I mean, that's kind of what the weather's like. 2-1 to count. 2 outs, base is clear. Cole has been on point. Here comes the 2-1. A little bit high. And now 3 balls and a strike on Gavin Lux. Lux, who's bothered by a right hip flexor injury in these playoffs. Just limited his running. They've run for him at times, defended for him at times. 3-1 to count. Here's the pitch. Check swing, called strike. And here comes the crowd. Yankees lead at 4-0. We're in the top of the 3rd. It's game 5. 2 outs, base is clear. Lux digs back in, rests the bat on his left shoulder. Cole ready to work. Here comes the 3-2. Too high, ball 4, and he walked him. So Garrett Cole walks Gavin Lux. And now here's Shohei Ohtani. Well, we talked about Aaron Judge and his home run drought ending at 24 at-bats. Ohtani has now gone 26 at-bats without a home run. Here's the pitch. Foul back, and it's 0-1. What are you guys seeing from Ohtani?
I see a lot of chase, more chase than you normally see from him, but I also, in fact, he got a pitch to hit his last at-bat against Garrett Cole. I mean, middle, and he missed it. So his timing right now is not off, especially knowing Shohei Ohtani. Normally he is on time every time. 0-1, the pitch. Swing and a miss. And he threw a sinker. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this, he does not look like he's in pain. The swing is still fluid even though he is not on time.
Yeah, I mean, the first place you're going to go to is the shoulder, but the shoulder does look fine. Cole ahead of Ohtani, 0-2. 2 outs, Lux at first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a fly ball lifted in the air left field, playable. Verdugo, he's there, and he makes the catch. Ohtani flies to left, and the Dodgers are done in their half of the 3rd. Middle of inning number 3, Yankees 4, Dodgers 0. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
goodbye. Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan silver dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan silver dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It is World Series Game 5. And the Yankees lead it 4-0. It'll be Ryan Brazier to take over on the mound. So Brazier going to work against Stanton, Rizzo, and Volpe. Big hit in this game. Aaron Judge, 2-run homer in the first. And then Jazz Chisholm followed him with a homer of his own. Yankees added a run on a Verdugo RBI single in the second. And here we are. Stanton climbs in right side. The DH line to center his first time. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a drive. Right field. Way back. On its way. Out of here. Giancarlo Stanton goes deep the opposite way. And the Yankees add on. It is 5-0. More homers.
And the power has come from the 3, 4, 5 hitters in the lineup, and the execution from the bottom of the order. The usual suspects, check, check, and check. The Yankees showing the power early on in this game.
Yankees coming into this game had gotten 57.4% of their runs on homers. And here tonight, 4 of the 5 runs on home runs. Here's Rizzo now. And a pitch. And that one is downstairs for a ball. I'll tell you, Stanton, and this is not a news flash, but some kind of strong. I mean, he hits that ball to right like a left-handed pull hitter. It just jumps out. Rizzo back in, awaiting a 1-0. Here it is. And that's in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes.
How great has he been in postseason play?
Yeah, Stanton with his 7th homer of these playoffs, 18th career postseason homer. The 2-0. Swing and a line drive right center field. Betts lunging, and he makes the catch in right center and steals extra bases from Anthony Rizzo.
Another hard hit ball. I mean, even the outs, we saw Kike Hernandez overrun a ball, come back, make a diving catch. Mookie Betts, great jump on this diving play into the gap. Otherwise would have been a double. The outs are hard for the Dodgers right now.
One down, and now it's Anthony Volpe. The pitch. Swing and a foul straight back, 0-1. So Brazier on here. And Ryan Brazier pitching for the 9th time in the postseason. Here comes the 0-1. That's inside. The Dodgers have really leaned on the bullpen in the playoffs. Until tonight, the starters had done pretty good work, at least certainly through the first 2 games. The 1-1 is pop foul at a play last night, a bullpen game.
almost seems like another bullpen game tonight,
Yeah, it
right?
does. You're right. Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those. I mean, it depends on. Right now, 5-0 in the third. The Dodgers are more than capable of coming back. But assuming we get to a game 6 with the amount of pitches Jack Flaherty threw, he's probably in play at some point. Swing and a high fly ball out towards right field. Betts coming on, and he makes the catch. Volpe is out before Wells hits. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Austin Wells now. And Brazier delivers outside, ball 1. Left-hand hitter at the plate, the 1-0. Swing and a foul out of play.
That's the biggest difference is the Yankees tonight, last night, they're fouling off the pitches they were missing before. They had 31 strikeouts in this World Series coming into last night. They only have 2 tonight. Both are looking, there just hasn't been that swing and miss for the Dodgers pitchers.
The 1-1 is on the inside corner, 1-2. That's the thing with these two offenses. They don't chase, they walk. And even though they both have a ton of power, they're not huge strikeout teams. Kind of middle of the pack, slightly better than average at not striking out. The 1-2, check swing, and he went too far. It's a strike 3, and Wells is gone. And the inning comes to a close. But Stanton leads off the inning with a home run. The Yankees add to their lead. We'll head to the 4th. 5-0 New York on top of L.A. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
We are through 3 here at Game 5 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Kevin Winter with you, Doug Glanville, ESPN baseball analyst. Dougie, Garrett Cole has been brilliant so far tonight through 3 innings for the New York Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, everything is working for him. Location, he's getting the changeup down. He's elevating with the fastball. And he knows exactly what to do with the lead, to put up zeros when his team scores, gets them back into the dugout. And when they have the power game, they're putting up numbers so quickly. He has cushions to work with.
He's got a look of a bulldog tonight. Meanwhile, for Dave Roberts, he's going to have an interesting decision here to make coming up. Buster Olney, he's already gone Banda and now Ryan Brazier. It's 5-0 Yanks with the lead over the Dodgers. What about the bullpen for Doc here in the 4th?
Yeah, Kevin, and to put some numbers to that, the win probability at this moment for the Yankees in this game is 93.7%. The Dodgers down big early in this game. We know Dave Roberts had a strategic retreat in Game 4, and now going in Game 5, you can bet that he and pitching coach Mark Pryor are having conversations saying, okay, how do we handle the end of this game? Do we use our B squad again to try to get through this game and keep our best relievers fresh, Boog?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're still early on enough in the process that you wait and see how it starts to play out. But I'm with you that is going to be a decision, really, I think, both ways. So Dodgers right now down 5-0, top 4, and it'll be Betts, Freeman, And Hernandez against Garrett Cole, who's allowed one base runner. And that was a walk to Lux in the third. Bats 0 for 1, grounded out his first time. Here's the pitch. Inside. Cole's been efficient and has looked about as good as possible. The next offering. Outside corner for a strike. Here's the pitch. That's outside and low. Cole, of course, back when he was a little one, 10 years old. He had that sign, Yankee fan today, tomorrow, forever. The 2-1 is outside. Check swing. Didn't go, says Todd Tischner. And now it's 3-1 on Betts. So he grew up in Orange County, just south of Dodger Stadium, but he grew up a Yankee fan. 3-1. Cole against Betts. Here comes the pitch to Mookie. Swing and a ball lifted in the air down the right side. Rizzo chasing after it near the stands. Reaching! And Rizzo up against the screen, and the netting wasn't able to come up with it. And I was just watching Anthony because with that right hand, he went into the netting pretty hard.
Yes, he did. I'll tell you, if you ask Anthony Rizzo what's the one thing he would change in this ballpark, he would love to have that tarp on that side of the field like it used to be at Wrigley Field, where he used to jump on top of it and make great plays.
3-2 down. Nobody on, nobody out. Top 4, 5-0 Yankees. Payoff pitch. Up and in, and it's ball 4. The leadoff man is on base for the Dodgers. So Betts is aboard, and here comes Freddie Freeman. And the fans booing him. All right, so here's a weird take. I love the fans booing Freddie Freeman there. That's the epitome of fandom and the way booing should be.
I think he likes it too.
Here's the pitch. And that one is in there for a strike. There is nothing personal about it.
No.
That boo is simply, Freddie, stop hitting homers against us.
100%.
It's the way the Met fans used to boo Chipper Jones.
Yes.
Just stop doing it. Freeman climbs back in. The 0-1. Swing and a fly ball out towards left center. Judge going back some more near the wall. Jumps, and he made the catch. Up against the bullpen wall. He goes crashing into it. He steals extra bases from Freddie Freeman. And a gorgeous play by the big fella out in left center to steal extra bases from Freeman.
I don't know if there's anyone else in baseball that makes this play from that position in center field. Mouth open, he goes out there, he catches it on the heel of his glove, but he gets up, and because of his height, makes it look a lot easier than what it was, Jess.
Such an athlete to be able to get that body against the wall full speed and hold on.
And then he kind of flipped it to Verdugo, quickly fired it in, and Betts scrambled back to first. So Teoscar Hernandez will stand in. 1 out. Man at first, throw to first, and Betts dives back in. And again, a 5-0 game. They're not going to risk it. Cole is a guy you can run on. Judge making a spectacular catch in the bleacher creatures. Just loving him. The next offering, tap softly to short. Charging Volpe, picks it up, throw to first in time. And with 2 outs, the runner moves up to second. So Betts in a scoring position. And the batter now is Max Muncy.
Got to go back to that Judge play. Started off at 330 feet distance from home plate, and he covered 88 feet. Great route to go to left center field to make that extraordinary play.
Here's Muncy now, 0 for 1, the pitch. And Max Muncy takes a fastball for a strike. And it's 0-1. Garrett Cole delivering that one at 97. Two outs, man at second. Cole kicks, fires. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. That one at 98. Muncy back in. The 0-2. Foul back. That one at 99. And Muncy was able to clip it and get a piece to stay alive. Max Muncy, as we told you in Game 3, had never played here at Yankee Stadium. Anytime the Dodgers would come, he was either hurt or when these teams got together, it was the Yankees going to the Dodgers. And now time call. Dodgers 5 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. And, or I should say the Yankees 5 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. The Dodgers zeros across. 0-2, here comes. Swing and a ball ripped center field. Judge right there, and he makes the catch. Muncy flies to center. Judge makes a spectacular catch to steal extra bases from Freeman. We're midway in the 4th, and it's 5-0. The Yankees on top of the Dodgers. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
MLB The Show 24 lets you take control, forge your legacy, and dominate the diamond. Unlock your moment, seize the spotlight, and own the show like never before. MLB The Show 24 is available now on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and for the Nintendo Switch system. Rated E for everyone. Officially licensed by MLB Players, Inc.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
ABC Wednesdays.
Y'all complain all day. We want books. We want paper towels in the classroom. Bet you want raises, too.
I'm still waiting on the paper towels.
Abbott Elementary returns with the new season.
We asked the district for more after-school programs. They gave us $50 for class pets instead.
Critics cheer. Abbott Elementary continues to be one of the funniest and most beloved shows on TV.
What y'all doing out there?
Taking bribes.
Proud of y'all.
Abbott Elementary, Wednesdays, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom half of inning number 4. New pitcher will be Michael Kopech. And Kopech will take over for Ryan Brazier. It'll be 9-1-2. Verdugo, Torres, and Soto. Yankees leading it 5-0 here in Game 5, trying to force a Game 6. That would be Friday night in L.A. Verdugo an RBI single his first time. And Kopech delivers. And a fastball misses downstairs for ball 1. And this, you talk about just a little subtlety. It's 5-0, and I wonder if it would change were it not 5-0. The 1-0. And that's inside. It's Game 5. This is the 4th time Alex Verdugo has faced Michael Kopech in this series. And if this isn't the way the modern game is being played, I don't know what is. Bullpen rules. The 2-0. And that's low.
And familiarity as well. What did he do last time? Homer beat. Home run, and Michael Kopech has not forgotten that, and he falls behind 3-0.
3 balls, no strikes. Kopech ready and deals. And that's in there at the knees at 98. And now 3-1.
Verdugo did not like it, but it was a strike down and away right on the corner.
Yankee left fielder climbs back in. Those bright yellow spikes. Open stance. Left side. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Four-seamer that had some arm side run to it. Yankees 5, Dodgers nothing. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Fouled away. That's straight back. 3-2 now. Kopech ready. And the right-hander fires. Outside, ball 4.
Last time Kopech pitched, he threw 24 pitches in that 1 inning of work. And this is a psychological and actually even physical win for the Yankees to be able to see these relievers again. Last 2 days, they're about to see all of them.
Kopech ready, delivers to Torres. Swing and a ball popped up a mile high left side. Muncy called off by Edman, the shortstop. Makes the catch on the dirt. And 1 away.
I'll tell you what, if a pop-up would have been hit that high, touching the sky and coming back,
yes,
and I'm in the infield, someone else calls for it, I guarantee you I am running way out of the way. I wanted no part of pop-ups.
I feel like you would have been running way out of the way before they called it.
True. Thank you for calling me out.
You got it. You got it. Here's Soto. Hits a ground ball. Base hit into right field. Verdugo does the hurdles to get out of the way of the ground ball. A single, and Soto on base for the 3rd straight time. 2 on and 1 out. And here comes the judge. Aaron Judge, a 2-run homer his first time up. He walked his next time up. Last night, he had a walk. He was hit by a pitch and he singled. And maybe the bigger story, he did not swing and miss. 2 on, 1 out. Kopech deals. And that's in the dirt. Yankees leading 5-0, looking for more here in the bottom of the 4th. Kopech picks out a sign. The 1-0. Swing and a high fly ball left field. Hernandez back some more, slowing down onto the track, and he makes the catch and quickly fires it into 3rd. And Judge just missed that one.
He did. He got jammed on it, but I'll tell you what, that swing is back. Barely missing it right there. Good velocity from Kopech. Fastball up and in, and this is one that he just got close to the label.
There's Jazz Chisholm Jr. now. And the pitch. And a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. Chisholm, who has homered 3, 4, and 5 in the order of homered tonight. Judge, Chisholm, and Stanton. 5-zip New York. Eddie 0-1. Fouled away off to the left. It's the 3rd time in Yankee postseason history where the 3, 4, 5 hitters have all hit a homer. 95 in the division series. Mattingly, Sierra, and O'Neill went deep. Time called here. And then in the 39 World Series, Keller, DiMaggio, and Dickey going young. Let's see, Chisholm needs some of, what do we call the sticky stuff spray? Oh no, that was the Motor Stick. Is there a name for the sticky stuff spray? Do we just call it the sticky stuff spray? You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
But what do we, I mean?
Call it the sticky stuff spray.
Yeah,
I like it.
I feel like pine tar is going away.
Triple S.
Here's the 0-2. Down it in. Were you a pine tar guy?
I was. But I used to lick my fingers, too.
Oh, Eddie.
I know. Bad habit when I was a kid.
That's a bad habit.
I liked it.
2 outs, 2 aboard. The 1-2 fouled straight back. I mean, I got no place to go right there. Ask Eddie. He likes it. Someone get the pine tar remover.
Kept me quiet.
Just lick it.
By the way, there is a product, folks, called Pine Tar Remover. Google it. It exists for your laundry. 1-2 to count. And the pitch. And it's pop foul out of play to the left. Chisholm hanging in. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is homered and grounded out first baseman to pitcher. Yankees 5 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. All zeros. We're at the bottom of the 4th. Verdugo at second. Soto, the runner at first. 2 down. 1-2. Kopech fires. Inside low. That one at 100.
That just missed the inside part of the plate right there. Just close enough for Jazz to take it. He was pumped up, pumping himself up on that.
Left-hand hitter digs back in. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2. And that's in there. Got him. Strike 3. And Chisholm retired. Kopech gets out of the jam. We're through 4 here in the Bronx. And it is all Yankees so far tonight. New York leading LA 5-0. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Top half inning number 5. John Sciambi, Jessica Mendoza, Eduardo Perez, Buster Olney with you. As The Yankees lead it 5-0. It will be Kike Hernandez, Tommy Edman, and Will Smith. Our producer, Rob Kelly. Our engineer is Al Rosenberg. Executive producer, Pete Saccone. Kike Hernandez digs in right side. Garrett Cole is not allowed a hit. He winds, he kicks, he fires. And that one down and away. Game 6 would come your way Friday if necessary. 7 Eastern on Fox Television and right here on ESPN Radio. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a line drive and a base hit out into right center field. Kike Hernandez aboard, and for the Dodgers, their first hit of the night.
This is where Kike's been so good, too. Just plopping him into right field, shortening up. Got a sinker a little too high, probably, for Garrett Cole's liking.
Did you just use plop as a verb?
Yeah. You can plop it right into right field.
There's Tommy Edman now.
No idea. Limited English here.
The pitch. And Edman, switch hitter, batting left, takes a strike. Tommy Edman struck out looking his first time up. Edman has been getting the starts at shortstop. 0-1. Swing and a dribbler, foul first base side. I'm guessing if we have a game 6, it will be, well, I know it'll be Carlos Rodon, but I'm guessing it'll be Edman in center and Rojas will start at shortstop again.
Kike Hernandez at second.
Tommy from the good side.
Alex Vesia warming up right now in the Dodger pen. We'll see if he takes over in the 5th. Top 5 here. Man at first, the 0-2. And Edman fouls it away off to the left. Random question, and I know this is another one of those like game 6 type questions. Any chance Andy Pages gets a shot against the lefty?
I don't think so. I believe still Edman, the way that he swung the bat, and they have their captain back out there, and Rojas, their emotional leader.
The 0-2. Swing and a line drive center field. Sinking. Judge charging. Oh, and he dropped the ball. Racing for second is Hernandez, and he slides in safely. Wow. A sinking liner, and Judge went to squeeze it. It'll go E8. And now the Dodgers in business. 2 on, nobody out.
Just took his eyes off it. Last second, went to look at the runner, see where he was at. In fact, yeah, his head and eyes were up the entire time. And it just, such an example of a ball that's sinking like that. A ball that he catches all the time. I mean, shoot, after the catch he made last inning. Easy routine play and error on Aaron Judge.
And now a meeting on the mound. Rizzo, Torres, Chisholm, Wells, Volpe, and Garrett Cole having a quick conversation. Cole reaching down, grabbing either the rosin bag or the Pelican grip. And now an opportunity for Will Smith. Popped out his first time, but this guy's got power. And this is where you got to be careful. 2 on, nobody out. And a pitch. And that's down and away.
I think this is where Garrett Cole has to show a little of his leadership and say, I've got you capped in center field. Definitely drop ball. But right now, this is what the greats do.
Hernandez at second, Edman at first, the 1-0. Outside corner for a strike. Smith, right-handed hitter, slightly open stance. The pitch. And that's a little bit high. Cole now at 58 pitches, so he has been super efficient here tonight. 2 balls and a strike on Will Smith. The kick, the pitch. Swing and a miss. 97 on that heater.
Will Smith continues to get beat with the fastball. This is a good fastball, but it's belt high middle. The location and pitch that Will Smith used to be able to attack first half of the season has struggled for 2.5 months on now.
First and second, nobody out. Top 5, 5-0 Yankees. The 2-2. Swing and a ground ball to the hole at short. Volpe up with it. Throws to third. It kicks off the glove of Chisholm as it was in the dirt. Everybody's safe. I think he went to the right spot in terms of where his momentum was taking him. He just needed to make a better throw.
And 2 fundamental plays right now for the New York Yankees have allowed and given a little hope to the LA Dodgers, something that you cannot allow happen. And the defense right now not working. And look, this is a ball that it looks like he palmed it, and when he threw it, did not have a good grip from it. That's Volpe throwing it to Chisholm at third.
Meeting on the mound, Matt Blake out there. Just giving Cole a moment to gather himself. Anthony Rizzo out there. And Rizzo usually not shy about speaking up in those mound visits. Sometimes he takes them on his own. Matt Blake was pregame joking, he's wasting all our mound visits. He was teasing Anthony Rizzo. Here's Lux now. Big opportunity for Gavin Lux. 5-0 here in the 5th. Loaded up, nobody out. And the pitch. And that one is a little bit inside. Wow. K-Zone had it as a strike. And the death stare from Garrett Cole to the plate and Mark Ripperger. Lux, who walked his first time. The 1-0. That's in there for a strike. And it's 1-1. He threw a sinker. It's interesting. His 4-seam and 2-seam velocity disparity is big. Hernandez at third, Edman at second, Smith at first. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 99.
I love the fact that the ball was right down the middle, and Gavin Lux asked Mark Ripperger, the home plate umpire, was it a strike? Oh, yeah, and there's a lot more left on that top part of the zone.
Yep. So 1-2, bases loaded, nobody out. Cole kicks, fires. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Lux is gone. But Cole not out of the woods yet. Here comes Shohei Ohtani. For Garrett Cole now 4 strikeouts. Ohtani 0 for 2. And Shohei has yet to make his mark here in this World Series. Kike Hernandez at third, Tommy Edman at second, Will Smith at first. Cole sets chest high, fires. And it's foul tip into the mitt of Wells.
How good is the fastball? We've seen now just the last 4 fastballs, 3 of them swing and misses. Shohei Ohtani, I mean, that's exactly what he was hunting. He misses it anyway.
0-1 on the left-hand hitter to pitch. That's low. Trying to get him to chase on a sinker. Ohtani 0 for 2. He's flied to center and he's flied to left. Does not appear like that left shoulder has been a problem. The 1-1. Foul tipped into the mitt of the catcher Wells. Strike 2.
That was a different swing. And just as soon as you said it does not appear that left shoulder, he lets go of that top hand immediately on that follow through. Little discomfort.
So here we go. 1-2. Cole cups his hand around his right ear to hear pitch count. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Cole fans Otani, and there's 2 away. Big strikeout for Garrett Cole, and that's his 5th of the night. And now it's Mookie Betts. The pitch. And that's down and away. Betts 0 for 1. He has grounded out, and he has walked. 5-0. Yankees lead, top 5. The 1-0. Swing and a little roller to first. Rizzo is there. He goes to underhand, but nobody covers, and everybody's safe. Cole was walking off the field because he thought Rizzo was going to take it himself, and instead it'll go as an infield single. The run scores, and it's 5-1.
This inning has been a disaster for the New York Yankees. 2 errors, and then not covering first right there for Garrett Cole on a routine ground ball to first base. Mental lapse by their best with the Dodgers' best at the plate.
And look who's coming up, Freddie Freeman. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul out of play off to the left. It's 0-1. Freeman, who has homered in each of the first 4 games. He has knocked in 10 of the 19 runs the Dodgers have scored in this series. The 0-1 is outside. Anthony Rizzo was joking pregame. Remember, in 2021, in a blowout situation, Rizzo came in to pitch and struck out Freddie Freeman. Rizzo was saying, they need to ask me how to get him out. He was kidding. Cole comes set. The 1-1. Foul back. And now it's 1-2 on Freeman. A couple of Orange County kids squaring off. It is loud right now here in the Bronx. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The 1-2. Swing and a little roller, foul at first. Freddie Freeman, one of those guys. He's a shrewd hitter. He's got back-to-ball skills, and he has power. He bats with Edman at third, Smith at second. Betts the runner at first. Yankees 5, Dodgers 1. We're in the top of the 5th. 2 outs, and the count is 1-2. And now Cole will step off the rubber. Freeman, though, doesn't step out of the batter's box. Freddie, who chokes up on that bat. 1-2 the count. The pitch. Swing and a line drive. Base hit into center field. In to score is Edman. Here's Smith on his heels. Freddie Freeman knocks in 2, and it's a 5-3 game. Freeman delivers one more time.
This is where Freddie Freeman is so good. He's 2 strikes, gets a fastball in on his hands. No one is better in the game of baseball on taking a fastball that far in and getting sawed, but finding a way to get it up the middle to get to grass. He hit that ball 78 miles an hour, coming in at 98 on his hands. Because he does it so often, he gets 2 more runs for the Dodgers.
Guys, this does not surprise me one bit. And you cannot allow, and you cannot give a great team like the Dodgers 5 outs. It's exactly what they've done, the New York Yankees, and they've allowed them back into this game.
Here's Teoscar Hernandez. And the pitch. Swing and a miss on a ball cutting away, 0-1. Betts at third. Freeman is at first. And a pitch. Swing and a foul out of play off to the right. So Hernandez in a hole, but the Yankee defense coming apart here in the fifth. And it's a 5-3 game. Cole fires. Ball down and away, and it missed 1-2. And the other part of this inning with the defensive miscues is now it goes from a Garrett Cole who's been super efficient to a guy now that's at 78 pitches. And now you realistically have to start contemplating, okay, how many pitches does he have left? How many outs are they going to need to get from the bullpen? First and third, 2 down. The 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball center field. Judge back some more. Reaches out, he can't get it. In to score is Betts. Freeman racing around third. He's coming in to score. It's a 2-run double, Teoscar Hernandez, and the Dodgers have come all the way back to tie it at 5. Hernandez to one of the deepest parts of the park out towards left center. And to the left of that 408 marker, he got a good piece of it. And it's 5-5.
Nightmare. It's exactly what's happened to the Yankees, and give a lot of credit to the middle of this lineup for continuing and adding pressure to Garrett Cole, who right now is at 30 pitches this inning.
Here's Max Muncy now. And the pitch. And Muncy takes inside, ball 1. So Garrett Cole, thanks in no part to the defense, pitching forever in this inning. 5-5, we're in the fifth. A 1-0 to Muncy. And that's a little bit high.
And his own defense. I mean, his stuff so good. And then that last out that he had, obvious frustrations from Judge, from Volpe, but then Cole as well.
Hernandez at second. He's the go-ahead run. Here's a 2-0. Nope. A spin and a bluff towards second. Hernandez will step back in. 2 outs. The Dodgers have scored 5 times. And a pitch. And that's downstairs.
He's laboring out there, too.
Yeah.
Cole rubbing up a new baseball. Reaches down, grabs the rosin bag. 3 balls, no strikes on Max Muncy. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a ball popped up. Foul and back to the plate. And that'll get out of play. Tommy Kahnle is up and throwing in the bullpen. What a turn of events. Garrett Cole had fired 4 shutout innings coming into the fifth. He had not allowed a hit. The Dodgers have scored 5 runs on 4 hits, 2 Yankee errors, and just some overall bad defense. Muncy back in, 2 outs. Teoscar Hernandez at second, 5-5. The 3-1. Too high, ball 4. And here comes Kike Hernandez, and he'll be the 10th man to come to the plate in the inning.
I'll tell you right now, Aaron Boone is wondering what should he do here. Tommy Kahnle ready in the bullpen. I think he has to go out and get him. And as much in control as Garrett Cole has been, it's been 35 pitches so far, 35 pitches this inning. Trying to catch his breath.
Yeah, right now it does not appear that Aaron Boone is going to go get him. Wells doing most of the talking. Cole nodding his head. It's Muncy at first, Hernandez at second. An unbelievable turn of events here in inning number 5. Here in game 5, tied at 5. And now Cole trying to get out of the inning. "35 pitches in the inning, and he's got to deal with one of the Dodgers versions of Mr. October, Kike Hernandez, who swings and pops it up. Foul off to the right and out of play, 0-1.
Remember, too, Garrett Cole in this inning kicked up his velocity 99 miles an hour. He was given everything he had. Now it's back down 94, 95.
Cole comes set, and the 0-1. Swing and a foul out of play off to the right. And Garrett Cole ahead of Kike Hernandez, 0-2. Well, this stunned crowd rises to its feet to urge on Garrett Cole. You'd have to figure, regardless, this will be his last hitter. 0-2, 2 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a chopper up the middle. Volpe gloves, sprints to second, steps on the bag. And that will end the top of the 5th, but not before the Dodgers score 5 times. And this game is tied at 5 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. This is the World Series Game 5 on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Now, with the MLB app, you can get baseball your way. Pick your favorite team, your favorite players, and get customized highlights, stories, and breaking news right on your home feed. Follow the action with Game 10, where 3D replays add another dimension. Plus, notifications can keep you connected to every pitch, every hit, every game. The MLB app. Baseball your way. Download it now for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
FX presents American Sports Story, Aaron Hernandez.
Football is all I got. Everything's okay when I'm playing ball.
You can't make mistakes, Aaron. People are watching you.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Is there something that you want to tell me?
You don't know what kind of thoughts I have.
Aaron! FX's American Sports Story, Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Back here in the Bronx, and a major turn of events. The Dodgers scoring 5 times in their half of the 5th. And this game, we're starting over. It is 5-5. And the new pitcher for the Dodgers will be Alex Vesia. So Vesia on here to face Stanton, Rizzo, and Volpe. Bottom of the 5th, 5-5 game. Here's Stanton, who was already homered in this one. Vesia lifts the leg, fires. And that one in for a strike. Vesia on for the 6th time, has not been scored upon in 4 1/3. That's in the postseason, the 0-1. And that misses inside. Ball to strike the count.
Vesia pitches with a ton of movement, a ton of emotion and passion. You'll see him fist pump, yell.
Here's a 1-1. Swing and a bouncer up the middle to the right side, or I said the left side of second base is Lux. Fields and throws out Stanton. And there's one away. Gavin Lux was shaded up the middle, and it's odd to see a second baseman make a grab on a ground ball to the left side of second base, but he did and had no trouble throwing out Stanton, who does not run well. One down, bases clear, and it's Anthony Rizzo. 5-5, we're in the bottom of the fifth. Here's the pitch, and that's too high. Rizzo 0 for 2. He is struck out and he is lined out. Robbed of a hit and a nice catch by Mookie Betts. And now time called. So Rizzo was saying he didn't engage me. He didn't look. So I don't know if he's been charged with a timeout or not by Mark Ripperger. Ball and no strikes with Vesia on the mound. 1 out, bases empty. Lefty out of the stretch. Kicks, delivers. Swinging a foul out of play, and that is off to our left. Anthony Rizzo, part of that Cubs team that came back from a 3-1 deficit in the World Series in 2016 and ended the curse for the Cubs. Here's the 1-1. That's in for a strike. Good fastball. 94. And it is 1-2. Cubs hadn't won a World Series since 1908. One out, bases clear, and a 1-2. Swing and a line drive out towards right center field. Hernandez cutting across, and Kike makes the catch. That one hung up there, and Hernandez got a good jump. There's 2 away.
Yeah, this is where Kike Hernandez has really excelled, being able to get good jumps in center field. One of the best when he was playing out there consistently for the Red Sox. That 1 year, no one better than him in the 100th percentile.
Here's Volpe now. Vesia fires. Got a fastball through there for a strike. Nothing in 1 on Anthony Volpe, who has doubled and scored, and he's also flied out.
2 outs, no one warming up in the Yankee bullpen.